Chapter 741. Little Tian, you absolutely can't let them off. Otherwise, once they report to the Azure Forest Trisect that they've seen a 7-star sword sect disciple like you, the members of the Azure Forest Trisect will absolutely not let the matter go. Nie Rong was the first to react, and he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian hadn't said anything when the expressions of the two old women that knelt in midair froze, and they looked at Nie Rong with eyes filled with shame and resentment. Shouldn't he find a better excuse if he wants us to die? They thought that Nie Rong surely knew that the Azure Forest Trisect had been annihilated by Duan Lingtian, and now he was using the Azure Forest Trisect as an excuse purely because he wanted them to die and take revenge for his wife. Besides that, since these Flying Rainbow sect disciples have recognized you as a 7-star sword sect disciple now, you can't be allowed to live. Nie Yuan had a serious expression as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Earlier, the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples discussed Duan Lingtian, and it allowed him to realize that when Duan Lingtian was in the 7-star sword sect earlier, he could be considered to be a famous person in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As soon as Nie Yuan finished speaking, on the martial practice grounds, the expressions of the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples went grim. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to kill them, then they really didn't have the slightest strength to fight back and were unable to flee. I'm willing to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that I'll absolutely not report the news and betray Duan Lingtian. I'm willing as well. All the Flying Rainbow sect disciples were completely anxious, and they didn't have the mood to make eyes at Duan Lingtian any longer. Brother Rong, Yuan. Could it be that both of you don't know that the Azure Forest Trisect has already been annihilated by Little Tian? When Nie Rong spoke out, Meng Ping's face was filled with bewilderment, and she couldn't help but ask when she heard her son, Nie Yuan, speak similar words. The Azure Forest Trisect has been annihilated by Little Tian. Meng Ping's words instantly seemed to have transformed into two enormous hammers that fiercely smashed onto the chests of Nie Rong and Nie Yuan respectively, causing their chests to rise and fall like bellows that couldn't calm down for a long time. Ping you said the Azure Forest Trisect was annihilated by Little Tian? Nie Rong regained his senses and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with some difficulty. His gaze shifted from Meng Ping to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the purple-clothed youth in front of him was so unfamiliar. It was so unfamiliar that it made one's heart palpitate. Of course, the reason why he had such a feeling was not because of anything else but because of the strength that the other party now possessed. Nie Yuan also stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Meng Ping nodded and said slowly, not long ago, Little Tian made a move and annihilated all the 6th-level Void Initiation Stage higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect, and then he joined forces with the other two 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts of the 7-star Sword Sect to completely slaughter the remaining Void Initiation Stage experts. Presently, the Azure Forest Trisect doesn't exist anymore, and the revival of the 7-star Sword Sect is at hand. Meng Ping finished speaking in one breath. Whoosh! Meng Ping's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused everyone besides Duan Lingtian and the two old women that knelt in midair to be stunned. Everyone including Nie Rong and Nie Yuan felt that today was the day they'd received the most shock in their entire lifetime, and it was simply terrifying to the point of death. Little Tian, you, really? Nie Yuan gasped and looked at Duan Lingtian, and he seemed to want to confirm it. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a light smile. Nie Yuan had a complicated gaze, and he sighed after a long time. No wonder you trespassed into the Flying Rainbow sect so fearlessly today. So it turns out that you're utterly unafraid of these old fellows of the Flying Rainbow sect. As he finished speaking, Nie Yuan had a bitter smile on his face, and at the same time, he glanced at the two old women that knelt nearby Duan Lingtian. Now, he finally understood why these two old women would be so afraid of Duan Lingtian. All of this was because of Duan Lingtian's actions of annihilating the Azure Forest Trisect some time ago. On the other hand, Nye Rong and the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds couldn't help but gasp. For a time, the entire martial practice grounds was filled with the sound of heavy breathing. The group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds heaved a sigh of relief when they found out that the Azure Forest Trisect didn't exist any longer. After all, the Azure Forest Trisect had ceased to exist, and they weren't worried that Duan Lingtian would silence them. Duan Lingtian is able to kill a 6th level Void Initiation Stage expert. Doesn't that mean that his strength is at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above? A 7th level Void Initiation Stage expert below the age of 30. Heavens! Even if it's the Dark Han dynasty, there might not be such a heaven-defying young expert like this, right? I truly never imagined that such a great figure has actually appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples that weren't afraid any longer looked at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. Many people even continued to cast flirtatious glances at him in secret. Lord Duan Lingtian, spare me. Meanwhile, the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman that knelt in midair before Duan Lingtian continued to kowtow and beg for mercy, and their voices were filled with terror that came from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the two old women before moving his gaze onto Meng Ping, and then he said with a light smile, "Grandma Meng, how do you think we should deal with them? I only need a single word from you and I can make them vanish completely from this world without leaving the slightest trace behind." Duan Lingtian's words were extremely flat, and it was as if killing the two old women was utterly not difficult to him. In reality, it was indeed not difficult at all. "Sect leader, we won't dare go against you in the future, please spare us. Sect leader, save us." The two old women hurriedly turned around and knelt before Meng Ping when they heard Duan Lingtian, and tears flowed down their faces. In their eyes, Meng Ping was their life-saving straw now. When they saw Meng Ping's gloomy expression and silence, the two old women were instantly anxious, and they hurriedly pinched open their fingers, causing a drop of blood to fly out from the tip of their fingers and charge into the sky. In the next moment, the two old women hurriedly swore. The oath they swore was none other than that if they went against the sect leader, Meng Ping, in the future, then they were willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Flowing lights flashed within Meng Ping's eyes when she saw the two old women swear such a heavy oath, and she said slowly, "It's fine if you want to live, but you must go to the forbidden area. Unless the sect encounters a calamity, otherwise, both of you are forever prohibited from taking a step out of the forbidden area." "Thank you, sect leader." The two supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect knew that they'd preserved their lives when they heard Meng Ping, and they repeatedly thanked her. To them, living was more important than anything. In next to no time, they left and headed towards the forbidden area. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, Nye Rong, and Nye Yuan instead followed Meng Ping to soar into the sky, and they quickly arrived at a higher point on Flying Rainbow Mountain before descending into a pavilion that occupied a vast area. Under Meng Ping's hospitality, after they sat down before a pavilion, Nye Yuan couldn't help but look at Duan Lingtian and give him a thumbs up. "Little Tian, Uncle Nye truly never imagined that you would actually have such high accomplishments after leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom." "What? Uncle Nye, do you look down on me so much?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Nye Yuan couldn't help but choke when he heard this, and he was slightly embarrassed. "That's not it. I just feel that your accomplishments are truly astounding. In the past, not even in my dreams had I imagined that someone from our Crimson Sky Kingdom would be able to ascend to the heights you've attained now." "Humph. How could little Tian be compared to an ordinary person?" Nye Rong glared at Nye Yuan and grunted. Meanwhile, Meng Ping had finished brewing tea for the three of them, and she walked over. Little Tian's name had already spread throughout the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom a few years ago. But when I found out that little Tian was from the Crimson Sky Kingdom and had an extremely close relationship with Yuan, the 7-Star Sword sect had already been When she spoke up to hear, Meng Ping paused for a moment and directly skipped over before continuing. I was deeply afraid that the Azure Forest Trisect would implicate the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Divine Might Marquis estate because of Little Tian. So I didn't mention the matter of Little Tian being in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to Yuan. Little Tian, you don't blame me, right? Meng Ping looked at Duan Lingtian with a kind gaze. Grandma Meng, you're joking. You're thinking of the overall situation, what's there to blame? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Little Tian, you're already in existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Not long ago, it seemed to be the Dark Han Dynasty's Dynasty Martial Competition, whereas the young geniuses that advanced through the Dynasty Martial Competition would obtain the qualifications to participate in the Martial Competition of the 10 Dynasties. Have you obtained the qualifications to participate in the Martial Competition of the 10 Dynasties? Suddenly, Meng Ping had a flash of insight, and she looked curiously at Duan Lingtian, and her eyes were filled with anticipation. For a time, Nie Rong and Nie Yuan came to a sudden understanding. Only now did they realize that Duan Lingtian's advancement in cultivation had long since exceeded their imaginations, and it was even possible that he'd passed through the Empire's Young Genius competition over 1 year ago and obtained the qualifications to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition. As for whether Duan Lingtian had advanced in the Dynasty Martial competition, they didn't dare be completely sure. After all, the Dynasty Martial competition was a stage where the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty and the various empires subordinate to it competed for supremacy, and there would surely be many young martial artists with extraordinary natural talent within it. Coupled with Duan Lingtian losing to those young geniuses in terms of age, even if he possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, he might not necessarily be able to pass through the Dynasty Martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded when faced with Meng Ping's question. I'll be heading to the Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial Palace to converge with the other 9 young geniuses in a few months before heading to the Northern Desert to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian's words undoubtedly indicated that he'd indeed passed through the Dynasty Martial competition. For a time, the family of 3 that sat before Duan Lingtian were petrified, and they only recovered from their shock after a long time. If His Majesty finds out about this matter, he'll surely be overjoyed. Someone from our Crimson Sky Kingdom has actually obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Nie Yuan was excited to the point his face flushed red, and he was unable to restrain himself. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was a competition between the group of young geniuses that stood at the top of the various dynasties. On the other hand, even though Nie Rong and Meng Ping didn't say anything, yet the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were still filled with shock. Grandpa Nie, Grandma Meng, Uncle Nie. I still have some things to do, so I won't disturb your family's reunion. Chapter 742. After leaving the Flying Rainbow sect, Duan Lingtian didn't return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom nor did he return to the 7-Star Sword sect, and he instead headed all the way to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. With Duan Lingtian's speed, he didn't spend much time to arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. When he arrived at the Imperial City, he went straight to the Blacksmith Guild headquarters and found Luo Rong. Luo Rong, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master, and at the same time, he was the grandfather of Crazy Young Master, Luo Zhan, who was the head of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He could be considered to be an old acquaintance of Duan Lingtian in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. Master, you're back. After 2 years, seeing Duan Lingtian again, Luo Rong still maintained the respect he had for Duan Lingtian. This respect was due to the fact that Duan Lingtian had taught him the Tao of weapon refinement, and he would never forget it. Help me find some materials. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Amongst all the people he knew in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the old man before him was undoubtedly the one with the widest connections. Grandmaster, please go ahead. Luo Rong replied respectfully. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he spoke of some materials. They were all materials that were relatively rare. Of course, even though these materials were rare, they couldn't be considered to be precious, and they could be completely gathered in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would not have come to Luo Rong. I'll give the order now. Luo Rong notified Duan Ling Tian before leaving, and he only returned half an hour later. Master, I've already issued a reward assignment for those materials in our Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. Besides that, I asked someone to enter the Imperial Palace to communicate with the members of the Imperial family. The materials collected by the Imperial family are the most complete in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I should be able to gather them in 3 days at most. Yes, sorry to trouble you. Duan Ling Tian nodded and immediately asked, by the way, is Luo Zhan back? No. Luo Rong shook his head, and then he said slowly, that child has been eager to excel since he was young. It was fine when he was publicly acknowledged as the most outstanding young genius in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he didn't feel any pressure. 2 years ago, your appearance and the pressure that the Saber young master gave him after that undoubtedly caused him to suffer a great blow, and that's why he decided to go out to gain experience and tempering. However, it's good to go out and gain experience. It can grind away his sharpness and make him more mature. When he spoke up to hear, Luo Rong paused for a moment. Master, I heard you advanced in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire and obtained the opportunity to participate in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition. I wonder if you advanced in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition as well. Duan Ling Tian smiled and nodded. As expected. Luo Rong nodded and didn't seem to be surprised. This made Duan Ling Tian somewhat puzzled, and he couldn't help but ask, you aren't surprised? If this happened to someone else, like that grandson of mine, then perhaps I would be surprised. But when it happened to you, Master, I instead feel that it couldn't be any more normal. Luo Rong spoke out the thoughts in his heart, causing Duan Ling Tian to be speechless and not know how to reply. He couldn't possibly say thank you for the praise, right? Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian temporarily stayed in the Alchemist Guild's headquarters under Luo Rong's arrangement, and he waited for the materials to arrive. The materials that Duan Ling Tian asked Luo Rong to search for were materials required for inscriptions, and they were materials that Duan Ling Tian intended to use to construct the inscription formation. Constructing an inscription formation for the first time really causes me to be slightly excited. But with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, there isn't the slightest pressure. Duan Ling Tian sat silently in his room as he looked at the pile of materials on the table before him, and a wisp of a rosy red appeared on his face, a rosy red of excitement. With a raise of his hand, numerous low-grade origin stones were withdrawn by Duan Ling Tian. Origin stones aren't a problem. I only hope that those materials can be gathered. In that way, I'll be able to successfully extract all the spirit points in the former demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect and move them to the 7-Star Sword sect. Extracting was different from extracting. Extracting the origin energy that had been accumulated in the spirit points for many years only required an origin drawing pearl to accomplish it. Moreover, it was easy and simple, and it was simply a laborious task that didn't require brain power, and anyone could do it. On the other hand, extracting spirit points was instead a technical task that consumed an extremely large amount of brain power and heart power, and it required the combination of special inscription formations to accomplish it. If there was really a difference. The former only extracted the spirit energy of heaven and earth that had been accumulated in the spirit points for many years, and after it was extracted, the spirit points would once again accumulate spirit energy after a period of time, whereas, the spirit energy that was extracted would be gone once it was used. The latter instead uprooted the spirit points, and no matter if it was the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit points or the spirit points themselves, they would all be directly extracted. What Duan Ling Tian wanted to do was the latter. He wanted to utilize the inscription formations he possessed to uproot the spirit points in the former 3 great sects and move them all to the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect. At that time, besides the 9 spirit points that had temporarily lost their spirit energy, the 7-star sword sect would have another 20+ spirit points. Perhaps I can consider extracting the spirit points of the Mountain Split sect as well. At any rate, the Mountain Split sect has been annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect, and keeping the spirit points is a waste. Duan Lingtian's expression went serious, and he had a righteous appearance as he muttered to himself. Even though the materials weren't gathered now, it didn't affect Duan Lingtian from starting to inscribe inscriptions. The inscriptions he wanted to inscribe now were the inscriptions required to construct the inscription formation. These inscriptions didn't rely on his origin energy to be activated, and they relied on origin stones to be activated instead. Only in this way would he be able to maintain the tireless circulation of the inscription formation. He couldn't be using his origin energy to activate the inscription formation at all times, right? On the other hand, besides some special requirements, practically all the inscription formations constructed by formidable inscription masters in the foreign lands used origin stones to activate and circulate them. After Duan Lingtian's cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, his spiritual force had increased to the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage along with it, and inscribing the inscriptions he required now practically didn't consume any spiritual force. So after going without sleep for 3 days and 2 nights, Duan Lingtian didn't feel the slightest trace of exhaustion, and he was still brimming with energy. On the night of the 3rd day, Luo Rong knocked on Duan Lingtian's door and delivered the last pile of materials Duan Lingtian required. "Master, the materials are all here. I'll be troubling you." Duan Lingtian nodded to express his gratitude to Luo Rong. "Master, you're too courteous. Even if my body is shattered, it would be difficult for me to repay the great kindness you've given me, let alone such a small matter." Luo Rong spoke, and then he sensibly took a step back. "Master, then I won't disturb your rest." After Luo Rong left, he closed the door behind him. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he looked at the door that was closed. At this moment, he even had the thought of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon to give to Luo Rong as a form of thanks. But with a quick thought, if he gave a grade 3 spirit weapon to Luo Rong, it would seem that it would only harm Luo Rong. Not to mention the desire of the various experts of the Dark Han dynasty towards a grade 3 spirit weapon, even if Luo Rong hid the grade 3 spirit weapon tightly, as a weapons craftsman, would he not take it out to study? With Luo Rong's current attainments in the Tao of inscriptions, forcefully studying a grade 3 spirit weapon would only bring more harm than benefit. So, Duan Lingtian intended to properly repay Luo Rong in the future. The important matter at hand is to finish those inscriptions first. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and continued inscribing the inscriptions. Half a month of time passed in the blink of an eye. During these past few days, besides occasionally going out to eat with Luo Rong, Duan Lingtian practically locked himself in his room, and half a month later, he'd finally finished inscribing the required inscriptions. "I ought to leave." Duan Lingtian found Luo Rong and bluntly bid his farewells. "Master, no matter what happens in the future, feel free to instruct Luo Rong, and Luo Rong will surely do my best to help Master." Luo Rong spoke with a sincere expression. "Thank you." After Duan Lingtian nodded and expressed his gratitude, he left the Alchemist Guild's main guild. After inquiring about the location of the former Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City, Duan Lingtian left the Imperial City. After leaving the Imperial City, Duan Lingtian headed north all the way, and he quickly entered a world of ice and snow. According to the information he'd inquired about earlier, this was the former Snow Moon sect's base. But the current Snow Moon sect's base was deserted and desolate, and Duan Lingtian didn't notice a single living person after walking around for a long time. Looks like Elder Peng really made them afraid that day. Besides the former demonic lotus blade sex base, the demonic lotus blade gorge, I reckon not only the former snow moon sex base is empty, even the former origin convergence sex base is empty. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian calmed his feelings and started searching for the location of spirit points in the former snow moon sex base. Because the spirit energy of the heaven and earth within the spirit points here wasn't extracted by the origin drawing pearl, so Duan Lingtian quickly noticed the location of the spirit points. Only 6. After going around the former snow moon sex base and searching carefully, Duan Lingtian only noticed 6 spirit points. Since he'd noticed the spirit points, Duan Lingtian started working. Firstly, he withdrew the inscriptions that were inscribed on the numerous low-grade origin stones with various materials. Actually, he was only withdrawing the low-grade origin stones that had inscriptions inscribed on them. Duan Lingtian stood at the aperture of one of the spirit points, and numerous low-grade origin stones shot out from his hand to be placed in an extremely orderly manner at the aperture of the aperture. Gradually, they formed into a triangle, and the numerous low-grade origin stones were tightly connected together to the point they couldn't be separated. Clang! Along with the last low-grade origin stone shooting out and fusing with the numerous low-grade origin stones that formed the triangle, all the low-grade origin stones that formed the triangle started to flicker with strands of milky white sheen. In next to no time, strands of milky white sheen spread out before converging together in the end to form a triangular milky white circle of light. I've succeeded. Chapter 743. The appearance of the triangular milky white circle of light meant that the inscription formation had officially been activated. After the inscription formation was activated, it could be seen with the naked eye that a twisting vortex had appeared out of thin air at the center of the triangular light circle, and the vortex became clearer and clearer. A terrifying suction force swept out from the vortex and acted on the ground. Slap! Not long after, a hideous crack appeared on the ground. Slap! 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 Along with the passage of time, the cracks on the ground ceaselessly increased, and they densely intersected together like a spider web that ceaselessly spread and extended outwards. It's out. Seeming to have noticed something, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the bottom of the inscription formation. Meanwhile, along with the vortex formed by the inscription formation ceaselessly revolving, a seemingly bottomless ravine appeared beneath the cracked ground. After a short moment, the originally dim ravine suddenly lit up. A ball of milky white light condensed from almost material liquefied spirit energy of heaven and earth rose into the sky from beneath the ravine, and it quickly fused into the vortex and was swallowed by the vortex. After the almost material milky white light was completely swallowed by the vortex, it split up and fused into the numerous low-grade origin stones that were inscribed with inscriptions. The vortex gradually dispersed, and the triangular light circle that emitted white light gradually dimmed down along with it, revealing its true appearance. Numerous low-grade origin stones that formed into a triangular shape appeared. If one looked carefully at these low-grade origin stones, one would be able to see that there were traces of extremely bright milky white liquid flowing on the surface of these low-grade origin stones. It was precisely the spirit points that were temporarily sealed by the inscription formation and the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points. The spirit points didn't exist in a solid state, and like the spirit energy within them, they existed in a liquid state, and they were usually tightly attached to the ground. Even if the origin drawing pearl was able to extract the liquid spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points, it was unable to extract the spirit points. Yet now, Duan Lingtian had accomplished it with the help of the inscription formation, and he'd successfully extracted the spirit point by its roots. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian took out an unused storage ring and put away the pile of low-grade origin stones on the ground. These low-grade origin stones were the key to moving the spirit cave, and he couldn't afford to lose them. The spirit cave was now temporarily residing in these low-grade primordial stones. Continue. After Duan Lingtian extracted a spirit point, he did not hesitate and directly went to the next spirit point. Even though he was able to use the inscription formation to extract the spirit point, there was a certain time limit. If he wasn't able to release the extracted spirit point within 10 days and ask it to find a new home, then it would completely collapse. Duan Lingtian spent 3 hours to extract all 6 spirit points from the former Snow Moon sect's encampment. Subsequently, he headed to the Demon Lotus Gorge. The Demon Lotus Gorge originally had a total of 7 spirit points, but after searching for a long time, Duan Lingtian only found 4 of them. The spirit energy accumulated within the other 3 spirit points was extracted by Long Wei with the origin drawing pearl earlier. I didn't know their location beforehand, so it's not easy to find them in a short period of time. But even if I'm able to extract those 3 spirit points, they won't be of use in a short period of time, and they must experience a certain amount of time before they can once again accumulate spirit energy. I'll ignore them for now. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian temporarily gave up on the 3 spirit points in the Demon Lotus Gorge that had their spirit energy extracted, and he moved his attention onto the other 4 spirit points that were filled with spirit energy. Following what he did, Duan Lingtian quickly extracted the 4 spirit points with the inscription formation. Continue. After extracting a total of 10 spirit points, Duan Lingtian didn't stop there, and after he left the Demon Lotus Gorge, he headed to the former Origin Convergence sect's encampment. The Origin Convergence sect's encampment was located within a large gorge, and the entrance was the one-line sky. If he didn't inquire about it beforehand, then even if Duan Lingtian passed by here, he probably wouldn't have imagined that there would be a completely different world within. It's really as I guessed. After entering the Origin Convergence sect's encampment, Duan Lingtian didn't notice a single person, and there were only demon beasts that fled in all directions and some ferocious beasts that took the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian. Demon beasts possessed elementary intelligence and were able to realize that Duan Lingtian wasn't simple, so they didn't dare offend Duan Lingtian. But the ferocious beasts didn't have this awareness. However, not a single one of these ferocious beasts that attacked Duan Lingtian was able to approach Duan Lingtian. Every time they pounced towards Duan Lingtian, they were still a distance away from Duan Lingtian before being blasted flying. On Duan Lingtian's body, strands of origin energy that were suffused with an earthen yellow sheen ceaselessly crisscrossed, and they were like numerous indistinct earth dragons. It was precisely the high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill that Duan Lingtian casually executed, the Earth-rank's barrier. The Earth-rank's barrier was also a defensive martial skill that came with the 6th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Earth Dragon form, that Duan Lingtian cultivated. Although it was inferior to a heaven-rank defensive martial skill, it could still be considered to be one of the best amongst Earth-rank defensive martial skills. Ow, squeak squeak. No matter if it was a beast-type ferocious beast or a bird-type ferocious beast, after being blasted flying by the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, all of them seemed to have awakened from their stupor, and they wailed twice before hurriedly fleeing. Perhaps their intelligence was inferior to a demon beast, but after suffering a loss, they would still subconsciously launch self-protection. 7 spirit points. After he walked around the former Origin Convergence sect, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile. Since he'd noticed the spirit points, Duan Lingtian started to make a move. Clang! 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 Numerous low-grade origin stones that were inscribed with inscriptions flew out from Duan Lingtian's hand and descended onto the ground before forming into an inscription formation, and then he started to extract the spirit points. Because he had the experience from before, Duan Lingtian was even more skilled now. The time he spent extracting 7 spirit points this time wasn't even as much as the time he extracted 6 spirit points from the former Snow Moon sect. After he finished extracting the 7 spirit points, Duan Lingtian headed all the way to the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect. The spirit points in the former mountain split sect aren't urgent for now. I'll go extract them when I have the time in a few years. Right, There's also the remaining 3 spirit points in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. On the way, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself constantly. After flying at full speed for 3 days, Duan Lingtian finally saw the location of the 7-star sword sect. The 7 sword peaks that were like sharp swords that shot into the sky brought an indescribable feeling of intimacy to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the peak of Dubhe Peak, and his gaze flickered. After a while, he sighed and muttered to himself. Sect Leader, Peak Master Zheng Fan, Peak Master Ke Zhen, Elder Bai. The 7-star sword sect has already been rebuilt, and it's still the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom like before. All of you ought to rest in peace in the Netherworld. As he finished muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian slightly bowed, and it could be considered as paying his respects to all the higher-ups and disciples that had sacrificed themselves for the 7-star sword sect. The square on the peak of Dubhe Peak was originally dyed in blood, yet it was completely clean now. Obviously, it was specially cleaned up by someone. Mou's speed is really swift. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his figure flashed out to instantly arrive in the sky above Dubhe Peak's Dubhe Hall. Dubhe Hall was the place the former sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Linghu Jinhong, normally cultivated. Later on, after Mou took Linghu Jinhong as his master, he stayed here to cultivate as well. But, although the Dubhe Hall was spotless now, it was completely empty. Looks like Mou ought to be busy elsewhere. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When he was in the sky above Dubhe Peak earlier, he'd noticed many 7-star sword sect disciples bustling about everywhere, and it caused the entire 7-star sword sect to reveal a scene of prosperity. The lion that had slumbered for a long time, the 7-star sword sect, had already started to awaken. Duan Lingtian didn't disturb the others and descended into Dubhe Hall at the first possible moment, then he withdrew a pile of origin stones before fusing a sealed spirit point into the ground below Dubhe Hall. Extracting a spirit point and fusing with a spirit point were 2 different concepts. The former required the strength of an inscription formation to destroy the foundation before the spirit point could be completely extracted. The latter only required the spirit point to be released from the seal of the inscription formation, and it would drill into the ground at the first possible moment to find a new home. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian activated the inscription formation, the milky white ball of light that was formed from the liquefied spirit energy of the heaven and earth instantly fused into the ground. At practically the exact same moment, vast spirit energy of the heaven and earth was emitted and enveloped the entire Dubhe Hall, causing the cultivation environment of Dubhe Hall to undergo a tremendous change for a time. Bang! 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 At the same time, a wave of light sounds sounded out, and the numerous origin stones that formed a triangle on the ground shattered with a bang before transforming into powder that dispersed along with the light wind and returned to nothingness. These low-grade origin stones that were inscribed with inscriptions that formed the inscription formation had completed their mission. Once the other spirit point in Dubhe Hall accumulates spirit energy once more, and the 2 spirit points stack together, the cultivation environment of Dubhe Hall will surely be twice as good as it is now. This was something that Duan Lingtian didn't doubt in the slightest. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian left Dubhe Hall and headed to another place. I'll fuse a new spirit point into each of the other 8 original spirit points, and the other spirit points will be fused into the other 6 great sword peaks. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian made a decision in his heart. He'd extracted a total of 17 spirit points from the former 3 great sects, and after using 1 in Dubhe Hall, there were still 16 remaining. In other words, even if he used another 8 spirit points, there would still be another 8 remaining. He intended to fuse 6 of these 8 spirit points into the other 6 sword peaks, and as for the remaining 2 spirit points, he intended to leave them to Elder Peng. Elder Peng, the 7-star sword sect's guardian revered elder, the 6th level void initiation stage rock. When he saw Elder Peng the other day, his spiritual force had detected that Elder Peng was only a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Chapter 744. Not only Elder Peng, he even intended to leave some low-grade origin stones for Qin Xiang, Mou, and Zheng Song. After all, it was impossible for him to stay in the Seven-Star Sword sect forever, as the Seven-Star Sword sect would have to rely on them in the future to be able to pass down its inheritance. After leaving Dubhe Hall, Duan Lingtian arrived at Alcade Hall. It just so happened that Qin Xiang, the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, was present as well. After notifying Qin Xiang, Duan Lingtian started to construct the inscription formation and release the spirit point to allow it to merge into the ground of Alcade Hall. Instantly, vast spirit energy of the heavens and the earth spread out, causing Qin Xiang, who stood at the side, to reveal a shocked expression. Even though Duan Lingtian had said the last time that he could move the spirit points of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect to the Seven-Star Sword sect. But hearing about it and witnessing it with her own two eyes were two completely different things, and Qin Xiang was unable to recover from her shock for a long time. Duan Lingtian didn't disturb Qin Xiang, who was in a daze, and he continued to head towards his next destination. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had merged a spirit point at each of the 9 great spirit points on Dubhe Peak. Subsequently, he went to the other 6 outer court sword peaks and merged a spirit point into each of them. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian went to look for Elder Peng. Elder Peng usually stayed on the precipitous cliff behind the main peak of the Seven-Star Sword sect, Dubhe Peak, as that was his place of cultivation. Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian flew down to greet the nearby rock that was lying on the ground. The Grand Rock's eyes emitted a wisp of bright light when he saw Duan Lingtian, and he lightly nodded. But in next to no time, he was stunned. Because Duan Lingtian had already started to merge spirit points into his place of cultivation. 2 spirit points merged into the rear peak of Dubhe Peak. Instantly, vast spirit energy of the heavens and the earth swept out and enveloped Duan Lingtian and the Grand Rock. When the rock sensed the yuan qi of heaven and earth, his sharp eyes couldn't help but narrow. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and said, "Little fellow, what are you doing?" "Old Peng, I've left 2 spirit caves for you to cultivate in. In the future, you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort if you cultivate here. Also, these origin stones are for you." Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out 10,000 low-grade origin stones. He slowly placed them not far in front of Elder Peng, and they piled up into a small mountain. Primordial stones. The rock had already revealed astonishment in its eyes because Duan Lingtian had moved the spirit point, and after it saw the origin stones, it was completely stunned. Even though he'd never seen origin stones in the past, but as the saying goes, one who hasn't eaten pork has at least seen a pig run. As the sect guarding revered elder of the Seven-Star Sword sect, he'd naturally heard of the existence of origin stones. These are low-grade primordial stones. Duan Lingtian continued. When a void initiation stage martial artist or demon beast absorbs the spirit energy of the heaven and earth within the low-grade origin stones to cultivate. A single low-grade origin stone is able to absorb for an hour. Under the assistance of the 2 spirit caves and coupled with these low-grade origin stones, it's sufficient to allow Elder Peng to easily break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian revealed a smile on his face. "Little fellow, keep these origin stones yourself. Even if I'm able to break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage in my lifetime, it's impossible for me to break through to the void interpretation stage. There's no need to waste so many origin stones for nothing." Since the rock recognized the origin stones, he naturally knew how precious they were, and he directly refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions. "With your natural talent and the assistance of these origin stones, you'll surely be able to go even higher and further." Obviously, the reason the rock refused was because he didn't want to slow down Duan Lingtian's footsteps because of him. "Elder Peng, if you refuse these origin stones because of this, then you don't have to. I still have many origin stones in my possession, and I can't use them all for now." Duan Lingtian smiled, and then he soared into the sky. Besides that, the future of the Seven-Star Sword sect still requires the protection of Elder Peng. The stronger Elder Peng's strength is, the safer the Seven-Star Sword sect will be. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian didn't wait for Elder Peng's reply before directly leaving. The rock's complicated gaze contained gratitude mixed within as he watched Duan Lingtian's figure flash into the clouds and mist. All those years ago, when he saw this little fellow for the first time, he had an extremely deep impression of Duan Lingtian. He still remembered that this little fellow had used his spiritual force to investigate him all those years ago. Never had he imagined that in less than 10 years, the little fellow from all those years ago had already grown to an extent that was difficult for him to reach. It's the fortune of the Seven-Star Sword sect to be able to possess a disciple that's devoted to the sect like this, Elder Peng thought silently in his heart. After he left Elder Peng's place of cultivation, Duan Lingtian went to look for Mou. Senior brother. Mou had a delighted expression when he saw Duan Lingtian once more, and he greeted respectfully. Since he witnessed Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength the other day, he wasn't as relaxed as before Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile, and then he asked. Have senior brother Zheng Song and the others returned? Not yet. Mou shook his head. They'll probably be able to return in another half a month. Senior brother, why don't you stay in the Seven-Star Sword sect during this period of time and wait for them to return? It's fine if they haven't returned. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to Mou, then he said via voice transmission. There's a total of 30,000 low-grade origin stones here. Keep 10,000, give another 10,000 to Peak Master Qin Xiang, and give the last 10,000 to senior brother Zheng Song. Besides that, I've already moved a spirit point into each of the 9 great spirit points on Dubhe Peak. Besides that, the 6 great outer court sword peaks. Duan Lingtian told Mou all about the locations of the spirit points, and then he soared into the sky and intended to leave. Senior brother, what's a low-grade origin stone? Duan Lingtian had only just soared into the sky when he heard Mou's voice transmission that was filled with bewilderment. Ask Peak Master Qin Xiang about this, she'll tell you. Besides that, bid farewell to Peak Master Qin Xiang for me. Duan Lingtian replied to Mou, then his entire body seemed to have transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that concealed himself above the clouds and mist in the blink of an eye. Mou sighed, and then he put down the matter at hand and went to Arcade Hall to look for Qin Xiang. He'd only just approached Arcade Hall when he felt the dense spirit energy of heaven and earth that assaulted his face, and he knew clearly in his heart that this was the spirit point that Duan Lingtian had moved to the Seven-Star Sword sect. Senior brother has really done it. Although he was mentally prepared since long ago, but when he really felt the dense spirit energy of heaven and earth, Mou's heart was still filled with shock. In his eyes, senior brother Duan Lingtian seemed as if he was omnipotent, as if there was nothing that he couldn't do. Sect leader. Qin Xiang lightly nodded in greeting when she saw Mou arrive. Martial Ant Qin Xiang, you don't have to call me sect leader in private, you can just call me Mou like before. Mou spoke respectfully. Qin Xiang nodded. Martial Ant Qin Xiang, before senior brother left, he left it to me. Mou looked at Qin Xiang and spoke slowly. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Qin Xiang. What did you say? Duan Lingtian has left? Yes. Mou nodded. He didn't even bid farewell to me before leaving. Qin Xiang's beautiful brows slightly knit together. Martial Ant, before senior brother left, he asked me to bid farewell to you on his behalf. Mou didn't forget Duan Lingtian's instructions and spoke hurriedly. Subsequently, Mou changed the topic, or more precisely speaking, he once again changed the topic back to the question he wanted to ask earlier. Martial Ant, do you know what a low-grade origin stone is? Low-grade origin stone. How would I know? Qin Xiang didn't listen seriously to Mou's words, and only when she spoke halfway did she react to it, and a shocked expression appeared on her face. What did you say? You said origin stones? Qin Xiang's gaze stared fixedly at Mou as she spoke. Yes. Mou nodded, and then he withdrew a spatial ring that he hadn't had the time to establish ownership over. Senior brother said that he placed 3. Mou hadn't finished speaking when the spatial ring in his hand was seized away by Qin Xiang, and she directly dripped blood on it to establish ownership. After establishing ownership over the spatial ring, Qin Xiang commanded with her heart, and the space within the spatial ring appeared before her eyes. This. So many origin stones? With just a glance, her pupils couldn't help but constrict, and she slightly lost her composure as she cried out in a low voice. Within the spatial ring, origin stones that were piled up into a mountain were at least a few tens of thousands. Senior brother said that there are 30,000 low-grade origin stones within. Me, martial ant, and senior brother Zheng Song will each take 10,000. Mou saw Qin Xiang lose her composure, and for a time, he faintly realized that the low-grade origin stones ought to not be an ordinary thing. Otherwise, how could it cause martial ant Qin Xiang to lose her composure like this? Martial ant, what exactly are these low-grade origin stones? Mou asked once more. Qin Xiang's eyes flashed, and only now did she explain to Mou what origin stones were and their uses. For a time, Mou was stunned. So it turned out that origin stones were a type of supplementary thing that was capable of allowing one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and even the Dark Stone Empire didn't have it. Only the Dark Han dynasty had an origin stone vein, and it was controlled in the hands of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Why does senior brother have so many origin stones? Mou sucked in a cold breath. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know of Mou's shock, and after he left the Seven-Star Sword sect, he headed all the way south with the intention of returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Presently, the matter with the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom can be considered to have been completely resolved. Moreover, father and mother aren't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. After I catch up with Xiao Yu, Tianhu, Li Xian, and the others, I ought to leave with Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, and Elder Kong to return to the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Lingtian thought silently in his heart. Not long after he left the Seven-Star Sword sect, Duan Lingtian stopped in midair. Because a middle-aged man in golden robes was standing in midair in the distant sky, and he stood there like a pole. The middle-aged man had his back facing Qin Shi, and the divine dragon embroidered on his golden robe was especially conspicuous. Dragon robe? Chapter 745. Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with the term dragon. In his previous life, when he was still on Earth and was still the soldier specialist, Lingtian, the people in the ancient eastern country where he was from had another title. The descendant of the dragon. He was the descendant of the dragon. Of course, the dragons in his previous life were mostly deified. At the very least, before he came to this world, he did not believe in the existence of dragons. The dragons in the legends in my previous life were the 3-clawed divine dragon, 4-clawed divine dragon, 5-clawed divine dragon. However, the 5-clawed divine dragon seemed to be the limit of dragons. I've never heard of the existence of a 6-clawed divine dragon. In the ancient eastern country where he was from in his previous life, the more claws a dragon had, the higher its status and identity. Just like the dragon robes in his previous life. Only the high and mighty emperor could wear a dragon robe embroidered with a 5-clawed divine dragon. Even if those kings and princes wore dragon robes, they would only have 3-clawed divine dragons or 4-clawed divine dragons embroidered on it. It was far from being comparable to a 5-clawed divine dragon. A 6-clawed divine dragon. I've never seen or heard of it before. Looking at the back of the middle-aged man wearing the 6-clawed divine dragon robe in front of him, a trace of surprise flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Then, he ignored the other party and prepared to go around him. However, when Duan Lingtian went around him and prepared to leave, whoosh! A gust of wind blew in front of Duan Lingtian, and a figure appeared out of thin air in front of him. It was a figure wearing a six-clawed divine dragon robe. Looking at the middle-aged man standing in front of him with a calm expression, Duan Lingtian frowned. He suddenly realized that the middle-aged man's target seemed to be him. "Who are you?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. At the same time, he seriously sized up the middle-aged man wearing the six-clawed divine dragon robe in front of him. Since he dared to wear the six-clawed divine dragon robe, there was no doubt that this person was ambitious and wanted to be above the emperor. The middle-aged man's appearance couldn't be considered to be handsome, but he was very upright. He had a square face that was serious in speech and manner, and he had thick eyebrows and large eyes. He calmly looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if he was looking at thin air. The middle-aged man did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. He looked Duan Lingtian from top to bottom and nodded. "Indeed a good seedling." Duan Lingtian frowned as he didn't know what the middle-aged man meant by this. At that moment, he could not help but extend his spiritual energy, Duan Divine Dragon Robe. However, when Duan Lingtian's spiritual force flashed towards the middle-aged man, before it could even approach him, it was as if it had touched a ball of cotton, and it was powerless. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's pupils could not help but shrink, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. There were only two possibilities for someone whose background he could not see through with his spiritual power. Firstly, the other party was a void interpretation stage expert that had comprehended void transformation concept, which was also advanced concept. Secondly, the other party was a void transformation stage expert. No matter which possibility it was, the person in front of him was not someone he could deal with right now. He knew this very well. Now, the feeling this middle-aged man in the six-clawed divine dragon robe gave him was no different from the feeling Feng Wudao gave him back then. "Inscription Master." The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. "It seems that I have underestimated you." Being able to possess such strength and coupled with being an inscription master. In the history of the Dark Han dynasty, there was practically no one that could compare to you in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. "Who are you?" Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that the middle-aged man recognized his identity as an inscription master. He urgently wanted to know the identity of the middle-aged man and the reason for the middle-aged man's visit. He didn't believe that an expert like this would personally come to look for him and only come to chat with him. There was surely an even more important matter, otherwise, why would an expert like this come personally? "You swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that you'll be loyal to me in the future and absolutely not disloyal." The middle-aged man didn't answer Duan Lingtian and instead spoke word by word. Duan Lingtian was stunned. "You want me to swear? Swear loyalty to you?" In next to no time, Duan Lingtian reacted to the middle-aged man's words and couldn't help but laugh. "Who do you think you are? Swear loyalty to you? Laughable. Otherwise, die." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man finished speaking the words from before, and his pair of calm large eyes instantly shot out frightening cold lights that swept towards Duan Lingtian like blades. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a strong aura sweep over, and it pressed down on him to the point his face went ghastly pale and he was unable to catch his breath. However, even when facing the strong aura that stretched out from the middle-aged man's body, Duan Lingtian still stood ramrod straight and would rather die than bend. "What's your objective? Speak frankly." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. He didn't think that the middle-aged man had come to look for him just to take him as a slave. In the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes, he saw a trace of an inconspicuous burning light, and it was the flowing light of desire. It was obvious from this that the middle-aged man had surely come to look for him with ulterior motives. A dead person doesn't need to know too much. The middle-aged man spoke indifferently as he abruptly took a step forward and approached Duan Lingtian slightly. Whoosh! At practically the same time, Duan Lingtian felt the aura that pressed down on him instantly rise by a few degrees, and it was as heavy as Mount Tai. However, Duan Lingtian continued to grit his teeth and persevere. He didn't move an inch and had no intention of bending. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian didn't want to resist, but under this strong aura, he simply didn't dare to divert his attention and circulate his yuan power. Otherwise, he would definitely be injured. Most importantly, even if he did circulate his yuan power, he wouldn't be able to escape under the middle-aged man's nose, let alone defeat him. Tactless thing. I'd like to see how tough your bones are. The middle-aged man's voice was cold as he took another step forward. Instantly, his aura increased even more. Whoosh! The incomparably powerful aura rose once again. It was as if it had transformed into a huge mountain that pressed down on Duan Lingtian. It pressed down on Duan Lingtian to the point his body started to tremble slightly. His face was even ghastly pale to the extreme. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and looked in surprise at Duan Lingtian, who was still persevering, and then took another step forward. Bang! At practically the instant the middle-aged man's foot landed, Duan Lingtian felt an even more terrifying aura blast towards him. This time, it was difficult for him to forcefully resist. Pooh! Duan Lingtian was shaken to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood, but his body barely held on and didn't bend down in front of the middle-aged man. Seeming to be shocked by Duan Lingtian's unyielding character, the middle-aged man revealed an astonished expression, and then he said in a low voice, I have to say, I slightly admire you. How about this, I'll give you one last chance. Either die, or swear to be my servant. Humph. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly and used his attitude to reply to the middle-aged man. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The middle-aged man's expression instantly became gloomy, and he raised his foot and prepared to take another step forward. He wanted to use his powerful aura to completely crush Duan Lingtian. With this step, a milky white flame that shot into the sky skyrocketed from the middle-aged man's body, and the flame was extremely material, as if it was a real flame. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above the middle-aged man, and the air in that expanse of space seemed to have been completely sucked out at this moment. The ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky gradually took form, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws in an aggressive manner. In next to no time, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky stabilized, and there was a total of 200 of them. Merely the strength that erupted from his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons, and it was precisely the symbol of a first-level void transformation stage expert. Obviously, this middle-aged man that wore a dragon robe with a six-clawed divine dragon was a true void transformation stage expert. Are you so sure that I'll surely have the thing you want with me? The middle-aged man's foot hadn't even landed when Duan Lingtian looked calmly at the 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the middle-aged man and spoke slowly. As expected, the middle-aged man withdrew his foot as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. At the same time, the imposing aura that enveloped Duan Lingtian was withdrawn by him, and the flames formed from the origin energy that skyrocketed on his body gradually extinguished as well. In the sky, the 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dispersed along with this, and it was as if they'd never appeared. You know that I've come for the thing in your possession? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he asked slowly. What else? You're a void transformation stage expert. Could it be that you've really taken a fancy to me, a void initiation stage martial artist, and want me to be your servant? Duan Lingtian sneered, and his deep gaze seemed as if it could see through the middle-aged man. Even though you're only a void initiation stage martial artist now, but with your natural talent, you'll be able to break through to the void transformation stage one day. There ought to be no one that would refuse a void transformation stage servant. The middle-aged man spoke coldly. So, the two paths you gave me were actually all for that thing. Either I swear to be your servant and survive, but hand that thing over to you, or I die and you directly take that thing away. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change as he stared fixedly at the middle-aged man. Is it like that? You're very smart. But unfortunately, smart people usually don't live long. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Is that so? Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing when he heard this, and his laughter was bright and sunny. What are you laughing at? The middle-aged man frowned. Nothing. I'm just curious, what expression will you have when you kill me and notice that there's nothing you want within my spatial ring? Duan Lingtian shrugged as he spoke indifferently. You know what I want? The middle-aged man asked. If I'm not wrong, the thing you want ought to be that broken stone tablet I used in the dynasty martial competition not long ago. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the middle-aged man before continuing. But, do you think I'd carry such an important thing with me? The members of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family wouldn't really be so stupid, right? You know I'm a member of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. The middle-aged man's expression that had always maintained a calm expression was finally moved. Chapter 746. The middle-aged man's reply caused Duan Lingtian's eyes to be unable to help but narrow. Sure enough, he'd guessed correctly. Actually, what he said earlier was only his own guess, and he didn't dare confirm it. Even though the middle-aged man was a void transformation stage expert, and there were only 2 people in the Dark Han dynasty that had broken through to the void transformation stage. One of them was the publicly acknowledged number 1 expert in the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. The other person was the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao. It was precisely because of this and coupled with the fact that the middle-aged man wore a 6-clawed divine dragon robe, he'd guessed this. After he had this guess, he started to recall the reason the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family made a move against him. No matter how he thought about it, only the Devil Seal tablet was capable of making the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family not hesitate to sacrifice him. After all, he was the first in the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition this time, and he was bound to be able to strive for extremely great honor and generous rewards for the Dark Han dynasty in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that was almost a year from now. Under this precondition, the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family still made a move against him, and it undoubtedly indicated that the value of the thing they wanted to obtain from him far exceeded the benefits they could obtain from the powers of the foreign lands that held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Obviously, only the Devil Seal tablet was capable of moving the Dark Han dynasty to such an extent. This wasn't difficult to guess. Of course, all of this was only his guess, and he only knew that he'd guessed correctly when the middle-aged man replied. The middle-aged man was precisely from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, and he was the guardian of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family and the strongest existence in the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. In the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, this person's seniority was supposedly above the emperor, and even the emperor had to respectfully address him as Grand Imperial Uncle. Supposedly, this person was an influential figure in the Dark Han dynasty a few tens of years ago, and he was publicly acknowledged as a rare genius of the Dark Han dynasty. Later on, he concealed himself deep within the palace and didn't pay attention to the matters of the world. According to the rumors, he might have already successfully broken through to the void transformation stage now, and he was the number 1 expert in the Dark Han dynasty. Not only do I know that you're a member of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, I even know that you're called by Nan Xiang, the guardian of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Duan Lingtian tried his best to maintain a calm expression, but a chill rose in his heart for no reason. Although he had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, a void transformation stage expert was no stranger to him. But he was only a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist now after all, and before a void transformation stage expert that was filled with hostility towards him and even wanted to kill him, he couldn't help but feel terrified in his heart. Even though the young man was a 1st-level void transformation stage martial artist that was the weakest amongst void transformation stage experts, he was an existence that was like a god before a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist like him. The gap between him and the other party was like a chasm. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be no different from killing an ant. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian felt that he was already very calm. If it was another 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, that martial artist would have probably been terrified to the point of falling limp on the ground. To be able to guess my identity so easily, your intelligence is truly astonishing. I'm becoming more and more reluctant to kill you. How about this, hand over that thing and swear to never go against the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, and I can spare your life. Bai Nanxiang spoke indifferently, and it was as if the condition he spoke of was already the greatest concession he could make. Ha 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 ha, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd heard an enormous joke when he heard Bai Nanxiang, and he couldn't refrain from laughing loudly. Under Bai Nanxiang's gloomy gaze, his laughter gradually restrained. I say, are all members of your Dark Han dynasty's imperial family so overbearing? You seized something of mine, yet you don't allow me to go against all of you? I'm truly sorry. I'm really unable to do this. Otherwise, why don't you kill me? After that, you can slowly go look for that thing yourself. Duan Lingtian spoke fearlessly. Bai Nanxiang frowned when faced with Duan Lingtian's fearlessness, and he thought in his heart. Could it be that that thing really isn't in his possession? At this moment, Bai Nanxiang was slightly shaken. Actually, when he spoke those words earlier, he only wanted to probe if that thing was in Duan Lingtian's possession, and he'd never thought of really letting Duan Lingtian go. As far as he was concerned, so long as he didn't swear on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, he could go back on his word at any time and kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's calmness and natural talent caused him to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. To think that he, Bai Nanxiang, had roamed freely for half his life, yet it was the first time he'd encountered a person that caused him to feel such feelings. He knew that Chen Shi was an extremely dangerous figure, and he wouldn't allow Chen Shi to live. Stop trying to be mysterious. That thing is surely in your possession. Bai Nanxiang's eyes squinted abruptly as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and he sneered. As he spoke, Bai Nanxiang took a step forward as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed once more. This time, strands of deep violet-colored thunderbolts appeared within the origin energy that raged like flames on Bai Nanxiang's body, and they ceaselessly moved about within the origin energy, causing him to seem like a god of lightning that had descended to the world. Whoosh! At the same time, 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Bai Nanxiang, and then another 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. First level advanced lightning concept. Duan Lingtian's eyes raised as strands of scorching flames leaped about in the depths of his gaze. Looks like this Bai Nanxiang broke through to the void transformation stage with his void transformation lightning concept. Even though it's only the first level of void transformation lightning concept, it's a void transformation concept at any rate, and it has already condensed into a concept fragment. Void transformation concept was the advanced concept. A concept at this level had already condensed into a material concept fragment within the body of the person that comprehended it. Whereas there was obviously a first-level advanced lightning concept fragment within Bai Nanxiang's body. If I'm able to kill him, then I'll be able to obtain the concept fragment within his body. The lightning concept fragment just happens to be able to assist my lightning concept to improve swiftly. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's breathing couldn't help but become hurried. The lightning concept he'd comprehended was only elementary lightning concept, and he'd only comprehended it to the 3rd level. If he was able to obtain an advanced lightning concept fragment, then his comprehension of lightning concept would be able to catch up to his comprehension of wind concept at the quickest speed possible. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had his hands behind his back as he stood there proudly, and he looked calmly at Bai Nanxiang, who was prepared to make a move at any moment. Since you think like this, then you can make a move and kill me right now. Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant and confident smile as he spoke. It was precisely this smile that caused Bai Nanxiang to hesitate once more. Actually, even now, Bai Nanxiang was still probing Duan Lingtian, as he wanted to confirm if that thing was in Duan Lingtian's possession. If that thing really wasn't in Duan Lingtian's possession, then it was very likely that he would never be able to find that thing after he killed Duan Lingtian. This wasn't something he wanted to see happen. Duan Lingtian was naturally clearly aware of Bai Nanxiang's current thoughts, and he was only stalling for time. Now, he wasn't able to confirm if Bai Nanxiang would act out of desperation and make a move to kill him. A talisman paper appeared out of thin air in his hand that was behind his back, and it was precisely one of the 3 talismans his father, Duan Rufeng, had left him. Those 3 talismans that are stacked together might be able to save your life 3 times in the future. In Duan Lingtian's mind, he still remembered the message his father left behind on the voice transmission jade slip. According to what his father said, a single talisman was able to save his life once. As for the effect of the talisman, he didn't know the slightest, and he only knew that he had to use it on his opponent. No matter what, I don't have any other choice now. I hope the talisman father left behind for me is really useful. Now, Duan Lingtian was grasping at straws. It was entirely because he believed in his deadbeat father that he'd made this choice. Of course, this was his only choice at the moment. Who knew if this void transformation stage expert of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family would fly into a rage out of humiliation and directly kill him? If he didn't use the talisman before being killed by the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, then he would really have died too unjustly. No matter what, he wasn't willing to die unjustly. Father, don't harm me. Duan Lingtian's hand that held the talisman lightly trembled, and his forehead had already started to overflow with some cold sweat, and it was cold sweat that appeared because of his perturbed state. Presently, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with perturbed state. He knew clearly in his heart that his following actions were no different than an ordinary person that didn't know how to fly and was walking on a tightrope on a cliff. The slightest carelessness would cause his body to be smashed into pieces. This was the portrayal of him now. Actually, the reason Duan Lingtian was perturbed was mostly because of the memory Samsara Emperor Wu left behind for him. In the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, even though a formidable offensive inscription could kill, it was only limited to killing martial artists that hadn't comprehended concept. No matter how formidable an inscription was, it could only interfere with a martial artist that had comprehended concept, and it couldn't directly kill the martial artist. This was the iron rule of the art of inscriptions in Cloud Continent. Even if Emperor Wu was at his prime and possessed the formidable spiritual force of the Emperor Wu realm, the strongest offensive inscription he was able to inscribe was unable to directly kill a martial artist at the void initiation stage that had comprehended concept, and it could only interfere to a certain extent. Inscriptions weren't omnipotent. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was perturbed. Even the inscriptions inscribed by Emperor Wu realm were unable to kill a martial artist at the void initiation stage. Could a strange talisman his father left behind deal with a void transformation stage expert? The gaze of Bai Nanxiang, who was originally slightly hesitant, abruptly lit up. Because he noticed that at this moment, cold sweat actually appeared on Duan Lingtian's forehead, and he even noticed that Duan Lingtian's arms were lightly trembling. As far as he was concerned, this was a display of Duan Lingtian's lack of confidence. I was almost deceived by you. Looks like the thing I want is in your possession. Bai Nanxiang started laughing as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed once more. Waves of light thunderclaps resounded out ceaselessly along with strands of deep violet-colored thunderbolts flickering within his origin energy. Whoosh! Bai Nanxiang took a step forward and his entire body fell towards Duan Lingtian like a mountain, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was about to be completely suffocated. Chapter 747. At practically the same instant that Bai Nanxiang took a step forward, Duan Lingtian made a move as well. Duan Lingtian's right hand that was originally behind his back suddenly skyrocketed with origin energy, and the vast origin energy coiled around the talisman in his hand before he tossed it towards Bai Nanxiang. Swoosh! The talisman itself was light as a feather, and even if origin energy was poured into it, it didn't possess any offensive strength when it flashed out. Bai Nanxiang was already rather surprised that Duan Lingtian dared to take the initiative to make a move against him. Right when the origin energy around his body condensed into a defensive light barrier, he saw a piece of paper that was light as a feather flashing towards him. After a short moment, it descended onto the defensive light barrier on his body and was blocked outside. What's this? Bai Nanxiang frowned. This strange piece of paper before him had something scribbled on it, and it actually caused him to feel a wave of palpitations for no reason or rhyme. Perhaps I'm thinking too much. Isn't it just an ordinary piece of yellow paper? Bai Nanxiang shook his head before raising his head, and his gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian once more as he prepared to kill Duan Lingtian. Right when he looked at Duan Lingtian, he noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze was staring fixedly at him, and the sharpness of Duan Lingtian's gaze caused him to feel a slight chill run down his spine. It wasn't that he was afraid of Duan Lingtian, but he himself had this feeling for no reason or rhyme. Bai Nanxiang grunted lightly as he concealed the feelings in his heart, and killing intent suffused his face as he took another step forward. Whoosh! The origin energy and first-level advanced lightning concept on his body shook the air to the point the airflow in the air became chaotic, and gusts of violent winds slapped out in all directions with a vast impetus. Descend! Right when Bai Nanxiang was about to make a move and annihilate Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian's shocked shout suddenly resounded out. This shocked shout caused Bai Nanxiang to be subconsciously stunned. Right at this instant, his pupils constricted abruptly because he saw the inconspicuous piece of yellow paper before him had actually strangely vanished in the air in an instant. The next moment, he felt a piercing pain in the space between his eyebrows. His consciousness gradually blurred until it completely disappeared. Until the moment his consciousness was completely annihilated, Bai Nanxiang still didn't know what had happened. Whereas in the distance, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck when he saw the scene before him. Along with his shout of "Descend," he noticed that the talisman he threw out had instantly vanished in the air, and at practically the exact same moment, a bloody hole appeared between Bai Nanxiang's brows. After the bloody hole appeared, the origin energy on Bai Nanxiang's body and the lightning concept that was coiled within the origin energy were completely obliterated, whereas, he fell down along with Qin Shi, and his aura was completely gone. That's it. The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to react for a long time. It wasn't until Bai Nanxiang's corpse fell down that Duan Lingtian finally reacted and hurriedly chased after it. In next to no time, he caught up to Bai Nanxiang's corpse and withdrew a violet-colored fragmented object from it. It was precisely the first-level advanced lightning concept fragment condensed within Bai Nanxiang's body. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian removed the spatial ring from Bai Nanxiang's hand. After he obtained the spoils of the battle, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a violet-colored flame with copper edges rose explosively from the center of his palm before descending onto Bai Nanxiang's corpse. Instantly, Bai Nanxiang's corpse transformed into ash in midair, and it drifted along with the wind before completely vanishing from this world. After he put away the spoils of the battle, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot without moving in the slightest. At this moment, his mind was filled with the numerous strange scenes that had occurred earlier. A dignified existence at the first level of the void transformation stage was so easily annihilated by the talisman his cheapskate father left behind. The scene from before gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as if he was dreaming. What talisman is that? It's too heaven-defying, right? After he returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Earlier, he didn't see clearly how the talisman killed Bai Nanxiang. He only saw the talisman instantly vanish, whereas, at practically the exact same moment, the space between Bai Nanxiang's brows seemed to have been penetrated by something, and he was directly killed. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that all of this was surely done by that talisman, but because his strength was insufficient, he was utterly unable to capture the exact process of how the talisman killed Bai Nanxiang. The speed of the talisman was so swift that it had already arrived at an astonishing extent. It was even to the extent that Duan Lingtian noticed that the air in the area by Nanxiang was at earlier seemed to have no movement at all. What sort of speed was capable of causing the air to not be affected? Or perhaps, it could be said that the effect was extremely tiny, and he was utterly unable to notice it with his current strength. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb. Where did father obtain these talismans? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his cheapskate father was so unfamiliar. At the same time, his heart was filled with bewilderment. There's obviously no trace of origin energy within father's body. Even if it was an expert like Emperor Wu, if he didn't resist the detection of my spiritual force, then I would normally be able to detect his origin energy with my spiritual force. But I can be sure that there's indeed not the slightest trace of origin energy within father's body. Duan Lingtian was unable to wrap his head around this after racking his brains, and he suddenly felt that his cheapskate father was even more mysterious. Logically speaking, it's impossible for father to not know the dangers of the world outside the Dark Han dynasty, but he still brought mother and Jingru along to leave. Duan Lingtian recalled his father's departure and recalled the 3 talismans his father left behind for him and the mysterious exquisite jade box. Perhaps, during the 23 years father was missing, some unbelievable things had occurred to him. At the very least, I can be sure now that he's absolutely not a martial artist with a crippled dantian. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's thoughts continued to float away. The scenes of his father returning that day flashed past his mind one by one. From when he first met his father in the Duan clan estate to when he returned home with his father. And some things after that, he didn't miss anything. At that time, Duan Lingtian continued recalling, and unknowingly, he recalled the scenes of the Azure Forest Trisect's 3 guardian elders, including Zhao Ming and Tang Hua, descending to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. At that time, even though Peak Master Qin Xiang was present as well, she was far from being a match for Zhao Ming's group of 3. At that time, for the sake of protecting himself, he deceived Zhao Ming's group of 3 and said he knew the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and he intended to leave with Zhao Ming's group of 3 before waiting for an opportunity to flee. Of course, doing that was extremely risky, and the slightest carelessness would surely cause him to become a dead soul at the hands of Zhao Ming's group of 3. But he had no other choice at that time. However, right at that critical moment, a low and hoarse voice suddenly sounded out, and then the owner of the voice didn't make an appearance, yet easily suppressed Zhao Ming's group of 3 to the point they were unable to catch their breaths. Later on, under the ability of the mysterious expert that was sufficient to crush Zhao Ming's group of 3, even though Zhao Ming's group of 3 was unwilling in their hearts, they could only flee in defeat. At that time, Duan Lingtian only thought that the owner of the hoarse voice was a mysterious expert that lived in seclusion within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the expert couldn't bear the sight of Zhao Ming's group of 3, so the expert saved him in passing. Now it would seem that it's extremely likely that the mysterious expert is father. At that time, I didn't think in this direction and overlooked an important problem. The owner of the hoarse voice had obviously intentionally suppressed his voice when speaking, and it was as if he wasn't willing to expose his true identity. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but guess, and the more he guessed, the more certain he was. At that time, father ought to have stayed within the courtyard and made a move. But, that level of ability seems to not be something an ordinary martial artist can execute. When Duan Lingtian thought up to here, he started to search through the memories related to Samsara Emperor Wu in his mind. In next to no time, his pupils constricted as he confirmed one thing. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, only a powerhouse who has stepped into the martial emperor stage is able to do that. Using his acute spiritual energy to control his origin energy to transmit his voice from a distance of several hundred meters away, and using his aura to oppress his opponent from a distance of several hundred meters. As he finished muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. Father, could it be that he's really an Emperor Wu expert? Duan Lingtian was completely dumbstruck. After a while, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and he recalled the scene when his deadbeat father, Duan Rufeng, had just returned. Perhaps, the reason I wasn't able to detect the origin energy in father's body at that time was because he utilized some sort of ability to intentionally conceal it. After all, Cloud Continent is so vast, and there's no lack of secret techniques that can conceal the aura of origin energy. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more he was sure of it, and then he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Looks like I've been completely deceived by father. Now, he was practically able to confirm that his father was most likely an expert at the Emperor Wu stage or above. I don't know what father went through in those 23 years, to actually possess such a shocking strength. Besides that, he was even able to leave behind such a heaven-defying talisman for me. Suddenly, 2 talismans had appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and they were the only 2 talismans he had left. Wait. Suddenly, as if he'd thought of something, Duan Lingtian frowned and shook his head. If father is really an Emperor Wu expert, then why didn't he bring me along to the foreign lands? Is he really my father? He just left me to fend for myself in the Dark Han dynasty. As he finished muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Even though it was only his guess that his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng, was an Emperor Wu expert, he felt that his guess wasn't far from the truth. If it wasn't for his father possessing a shocking strength, how could he dare bring his mother along and leave the Dark Han dynasty to take a risk? Perhaps father wants me to stay in the Dark Han dynasty to gain experience and tempering. He said in the voice transmission Jade slipped that they would meet in the future, and perhaps it would be in the outside world. What he spoke of ought to be the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. When he thought up to here, even though Duan Lingtian felt much more at ease, he still couldn't help but grumble. Father is too mean. If he's really an Emperor Wu expert, then shouldn't he bring me along and allow me to show off in the foreign lands? Who would dare offend the son of an Emperor Wu expert? Chapter 748. Duan Lingtian, who'd fused with the memories of 2 lifetimes of Emperor Wu, naturally knew how lofty the status of an expert like Emperor Wu was in the foreign lands. So long as it was a person that was related to an expert like Emperor Wu, then even if it was only an ordinary person, even a 9th-level martial monarch stage expert wouldn't dare touch him openly. Once Emperor Wu was enraged, a martial monarch would be killed and blood would flow into rivers. Emperor Wu's strength wasn't a joke. After grumbling in his heart for a while, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and didn't continue being entangled in this problem, and he instead moved his gaze onto the 2 talismans in his hand. I can be sure that there are no inscriptions within these talismans. I wonder where father got this thing from. It's actually capable of directly killing a void transformation stage expert. When he thought of how Bai Nanxiang had died at his hands earlier, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart and couldn't help but feel slightly pleased in his heart. Bai Nanxiang, the guardian of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, and he was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert in the Dark Han dynasty. Even Feng Wudao's reputation in the Dark Han dynasty wasn't as great as his. Yet it was precisely such an expert that had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. I wonder what level of martial artist this talisman can kill. If it's even capable of killing a martial monarch stage expert, then it would really be a waste this time. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and with a raise of his hand, he put away the 2 talismans in his hand as if he'd obtained a precious treasure. These were treasures that were capable of instantly killing a void transformation stage expert. The things father left behind for me and the exquisite jade box. I wonder when I'll be able to open it. According to the message father left behind, it seems that I'll only be able to find him after I open the exquisite jade box. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, and he wasn't happy in the slightest because he had a father that was suspected to be an expert like Emperor Wu. Instead, he was slightly speechless. Even if you, as a father, want to temper your son, you shouldn't temper him like this, right? Disregard everything. What if he accidentally dies? The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the angrier and more speechless he became. He clearly had the opportunity to ascend to the heavens in a single bound, but he did not know what that cheapskate father of his was doing. He actually left him alone in the Dark Han dynasty and let him fend for himself. Forget it. In the past, before you came back, you didn't see me lacking in weight. Humph. I will make a name for myself and even surpass you in the future. Duan Lingtian said quietly. Of course, this was what he said to his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. After a while, after sorting out his feelings, Duan Lingtian continued his journey towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom. After I return, I'll first look for Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu to have a meal and catch up on old times, then I'll make a trip back to Aurora City. Duan Lingtian had a plan in his mind. Aurora City was precisely the city he went to after leaving Fresh Breeze Town all those years ago, and it was a city under the Swallow Mountain County of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The original Li family of Fresh Breeze Town, the Li clan, where his mother was born, was located there. In the blink of an eye, it's been many years since I've seen that damn fatty Li Xian. I wonder if he's gotten thinner. I'll also make a trip back to the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town to see the patriarch and the fifth elder. Duan Lingtian continued to plan his future itinerary. A few days later, Duan Lingtian rushed back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. After returning to the imperial city, he was not in a hurry to return to his own house. Instead, he went to the Xiao clan and found Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, long time no see. Duan Lingtian smiled as he greeted the two of them. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun revealed excited smiles when they saw Duan Lingtian, and they each pounced over to give Duan Lingtian a bear hug. You fellow, we found out from the Su clan that you'd returned some time ago, but when we went to look for you, you weren't there. I went out to do something and just returned. Duan Lingtian smiled. Since you came to look for us as soon as you returned, we won't fuss about it with you. Come, let's go drink. Xiao Sun smiled. Wait. Xiao Yu stopped Xiao Sun. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Sun looked at Xiao Yu in puzzlement. Duan Lingtian, I'll take you to see someone. She often talks about you. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian, and his face revealed a warm smile, and his eyes were tender like water. If someone who didn't know of the relationship between him and Duan Lingtian was here, they might think that he had a homosexual fetish. You fellow, could it be that you brought little Qian over? Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw the tender feelings in Xiao Yu's eyes, and he asked with slight surprise. Little Qian was precisely Luo Qian. She was the younger sister of Lo Cheng, a companion that Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu met in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. Lo Cheng died during the Genius Camp test, and in his will, he asked Duan Lingtian to take care of his younger sister, Luo Qian, on his behalf. Duan Lingtian did indeed treat Luo Qian as his own younger sister. Later on, because Luo Qian and Xiao Yu were in love with each other, she didn't return to the Li clan with him, and instead went to the Xiao clan. Thinking of that cute young girl from all those years ago, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but reveal a warm smile. When he saw Luo Qian again, Duan Lingtian was slightly unable to recognize her. That young girl of the past had completely vanished, and what replaced it was natural and unrestrained. In terms of appearance, Luo Qian couldn't compare to his two fiancées, and there were still girls like Feng Tianwu, Xiao Lan, and Princess Bai Yao, but she could still be considered a beauty. Looking at the beautiful woman who was holding the infant in swaddling clothes and sitting in the courtyard, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Little Qian, long time no see. I didn't expect that you'd already be married to Xiao Yu, and even become a mother. Hearing the voice, the beautiful woman, who was concentrating on playing with the infant in her arms, hurriedly raised her head. When she saw Duan Lingtian, she had a pleasantly surprised expression. Big brother Lingtian. The two of them reminisced for a while, and then Xiao Yu, who stood at the side, said to Duan Lingtian with a smile, Our child is already 3 months old, and he still hasn't been named. Since you've returned, then give him a name. No matter what, you're still the child's godfather. Name? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. You're making things difficult for me. However, although he said that, Duan Lingtian's gaze still fell onto the infant in Luo Qian's arms. The infant was pink and chubby, and was extremely cute. Big brother Ling Tian, give your godson a hug. Luo Qian smiled and handed the baby over to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian reached out and took it. Looking at the baby who was curiously blinking his big watery eyes at him, he felt his mood suddenly become incomparably calm. The baby's big eyes were pure and flawless, without any impurities. For some reason, looking at the baby, a figure suddenly flashed across Duan Lingtian's mind. It was the figure of a young man, who was looking at him with a smile. Lo Cheng. Luo Qian's brother. How about Xiao Cheng? It can also be considered a memorial to Lo Cheng. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Yu and his wife and asked. All right. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. Luo Qian's eyes were already red, obviously thinking of her brother who had passed away many years ago. When she received the son that Duan Lingtian handed over, a smile appeared on her face. It was as if she had returned to that period of time when she was young. Although it was difficult, it was very happy. Only because she had a brother who was willing to give up everything for her. Duan Lingtian gave Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun a signal with his eyes, and the three of them left the courtyard and left the Xiao clan estate to find a restaurant to drink in. After 3 rounds of wine, Duan Lingtian found out that his old friend, Tian Hu, was no longer in the Imperial City, but had instead stayed behind to guard the border of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. That fellow Tian Hu is already a vice-general now. In another 2 years, the person above him will retire, and at that time, he will be a true general. Xiao Sun smiled as he told Duan Lingtian about Tian Hu's recent situation. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. He felt happy for Tian Hu that Tian Hu had obtained such accomplishments. That year in the Imperial City's Paladin Academy, the only friends of the same age by his side were Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, Tian Hu, and Su Li. This friendship was something he would forever remember in his heart. Duan Lingtian, what's your cultivation now? Xiao Sun asked. Xiao Sun, you actually dare ask Duan Lingtian this? I reckon the two of us are going to suffer a heavy blow. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled, but his eyes still contained curiosity as he looked at Duan Lingtian. 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it from his 2 old friends, and he shrugged as he spoke. 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were instantly petrified, and they were unable to react for a long time. After a long time, Xiao Yu was the first to react, and he muttered. I heard that even in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there's only one existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above. He's the number 1 expert in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian, you really don't want to pay for scaring people to death. Xiao Sun sucked in a cold breath. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Seeing the two of you like this, I feel that I have to tell you about Su Li. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's gazes instantly lit up when they heard Duan Lingtian, and they said with slight pleasant surprise. Duan Lingtian, you encountered Su Li? Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Over 2 years ago, when the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom held the Genius competition, Su Li came as well. At that time, my strength was far inferior to Su Li. What? Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were instantly moved when they heard this. They were well aware of Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao. All along, not only had they been unable to surpass Duan Lingtian, they were even left further and further behind by Duan Lingtian. Yet now, Duan Lingtian said that Su Li's strength was stronger than his 2 years ago. After all, When Su Li left Paladin Academy and even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, his cultivation was inferior to Duanling Tian. Never had they imagined that Su Li would be able to catch up and even surpass Duanling Tian. Even if it was only temporarily surpassing, it was still sufficient to shock them. In this way, the two of you passed through the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's genius competition together? Xiao Yu asked with a burning gaze. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. What was the outcome after that? You and Su Li arrived at the Darkstone Empire and advanced to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition? Xiao Sun asked with slight anticipation. Not long ago, Su Li and I advanced in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition and obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Chapter 749. Su Li has obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well. Xiao Yu's pupils constricted and he had an astonished expression. After he found out about Duanling Tian's current cultivation, he wasn't surprised that Duanling Tian had advanced in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition. As far as he was concerned, even in the younger generation of the Dark Han Dynasty, a 9th-level Void Initiation stage expert could surely be considered as a top figure. But now, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard that Su Li had advanced in the martial competition as well. Duanling Tian, what's Su Li's cultivation now? Xiao Sun asked with slight urgency. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. Duanling Tian said. Instantly, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were petrified, and when they recovered from their shock after a short while, they were slightly dejected. I truly never imagined that not only are you a freak amongst us, but even Su Li is a freak as well. But, why didn't Su Li return with you? Su Li went out to gain experience and tempering with his master. Duanling Tian smiled. He even asked me to greet the two of you on his behalf. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun nodded with slightly complicated gazes. When they left the restaurant, Duanling Tian carried one in each hand as he sent Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun back to the Xiao clan estate. After these two fellows found out about Su Li's current accomplishments, their moods seemed to have become slightly heavy, and subsequently, they ceaselessly poured wine into their mouths, and in the end, they drank until they were dead drunk. Duanling Tian was able to slightly guess their thoughts. Just think about it, the companions that were almost on par with him in the past had now grown to a height that was difficult for him to reach. Although he felt happy for them, he couldn't help but be slightly sad. After leaving the Xiao clan estate, Duanling Tian returned to his own courtyard house. After a good night's sleep, Duanling Tian left the imperial city at dawn the next day, and Feng Tianwu followed by his side like a shadow. He was just intending to return to Aurora City to take a look. As for Feng Wudao and Elder Kong, they would stay in the Imperial City and wait for their return, and at that time, they would return to the Dark Han Dynasty together. With Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu's speed, they arrived above Aurora City in half a day's time. Elder brother Duan, this is your old hometown. Feng Tianwu looked down at the small city below her and asked with slight astonishment. She never would have thought that Big Brother Duan actually came from such an inconspicuous and remote place. From this, it could be seen that Big Brother Duan's journey was definitely not easy. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. My real hometown is over there. It's a small town under this city. Come, let's go down. Duanling Tian called out to Feng Tianwu as they descended, and the two of them walked into the streets and alleys of Aurora City. Unknowingly, they'd walked into the most bustling trade market in Aurora City. I wonder if that fellow is still here. Duanling Tian thought of Tang Ying, the person in charge of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City. He was the manager of the medicine store during the day and the Dark Azura at night. But unfortunately, Duanling Tian didn't see Tang Ying when he went to the medicine store. The owner of the medicine store had already changed, and he was the current person in charge of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City. After he knew of Duan Lingtian's identity, he was respectful and reverent to Duan Lingtian. The highest leader of Ghastly Shadow, the dean of the Imperial City's Paladin Academy, Sima Chang Feng, was Duan Lingtian's teacher. Many years ago, Sima Chang Feng had given the order that Ghastly Shadow wouldn't accept any missions from people related to Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, it would be regarded as a betrayal of Ghastly Shadow. Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed that he didn't see Tang Ying. When he'd just arrived at Aurora City from Fresh Breeze Town, Tang Ying had not only helped him a lot, but had even saved his life. He still remembered that when the Li clan's Grand Elder wanted to kill him, if it wasn't for Tang Ying's timely intervention, he would have died without a doubt. As he stood at the entrance of the Li family estate, Duan Lingtian's gaze was slightly absent-minded. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. The scene of him, his mother, and Kurt leaving Fresh Breeze Town and arriving at Aurora City was still vivid in his mind. Suddenly looking back, it was as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were stopped at the entrance of the Li family estate. "I'm looking for Li Xian," Duan Lingtian said. "You're looking for the seventh elder." After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the eyes of the few Li family members guarding the entrance lit up, and their tone became a bit more respectful. "Seventh elder?" Duan Lingtian opened his eyes wide. When did that damn fatty Li Xian become the seventh elder of the Aurora City's Li clan? Soon, under the guidance of the Li family members, Duan Lingtian saw Li Xian. Looking at the big fatty in front of him who was smiling with his small eyes, Duan Lingtian jokingly scolded, "Damn fatty, so many years have passed. You haven't changed at all, boss." When Li Xian saw Duan Lingtian, he was stunned at first, but soon after, his chubby face was filled with an excited smile. He directly threw himself at Duan Lingtian and gave Duan Lingtian a bear hug. "Boss, you're finally back. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime." Li Xian's small eyes were completely moist. "That's enough. How old are you?" "Still crying endlessly. It's rare for me to come back, and this is how you welcome me." Duan Lingtian pushed away Li Xian's huge body and jokingly scolded. "Hee hee," Li Xian rubbed his head and laughed foolishly. Soon, his gaze fell on Feng Tianwu who was beside Duan Lingtian, and his small eyes lit up. "This is sister-in-law, right? Boss, you're really amazing. This sister-in-law isn't inferior to the other two sisters-in-law." Feng Tianwu was originally standing at the side silently watching the two people who had been separated for a long time. When Li Xian suddenly looked at her and said such words, her beautiful face couldn't help but be dyed with a wisp of crimson. "Don't talk nonsense. This is Tian Wu, my friend." Duan Lingtian unhappily glared at Li Xian. "Miss Tian Wu." Li Xian was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly corrected himself, but his heart was clear like a mirror. "She's not sister-in-law now, but she'll surely be in the future. Looks like boss's charm is still the same as before." "Damnable fatty, how did you become the Li clan's seventh elder?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Hee hee. Boss, I became an elder by relying on my own ability. Of course, unless an ordinary branch family disciple is as heaven-defying as you, boss, it's impossible for them to become an elder." "But who am I, Li Xian? I'm boss's underling, even the patriarch has to give me some face." Li Xian grinned as he spoke. "You're still the same as before, never serious." Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Li Xian and scolded with a smile. "You're going to be 30 soon. Why haven't you gotten married yet?" On the way here, Duan Lingtian had found out about Li Xian's situation from the Li family disciples, and he knew that Li Xian was still single. "Boss, do you think everyone is like you? That finding a girlfriend is as easy as drinking water?" Li Xian glanced at Feng Tianwu who was beside Duan Lingtian and muttered. "Enough, why are you complaining so much? Come, let's go find Lin Zhua and Lin Qi for a drink. After we catch up, I'll make a trip back to Fresh Breeze Town before leaving. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian sighed. I don't know when I'll come back again. Indeed. This time, Duan Lingtian wanted to leave the Dark Han dynasty and head to the northern desert that bordered the various dynasties in the foreign lands. From then on, he would ascend the stage of the foreign lands. In the future, he didn't know when he would return. Boss, where are you going? Li Xian heard the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. I'll tell you when we drink later. Duan Lingtian said, you go find Lin Zhua and Lin Qi now, I'll go see the patriarch. He's taken care of you all these years, and as the boss, I have to express my gratitude. After Li Xian left, Duan Lingtian informed Feng Tianwu and went to see the Li clan's patriarch alone. For the sake of expressing his gratitude, he left behind a grade 7 spirit sword. A grade 7 spirit sword was no different from trash in the eyes of the current Duan Lingtian, but in the eyes of the Li family's patriarch, it was a peerless treasure, and he took it to be a family treasure. After leaving the courtyard where the Li family's patriarch lived, Duan Lingtian brought Feng Tianwu along to eat and drink with Li Xian, Lin Zhua, and Lin Qi. Back then, he had very few friends in Aurora City, and besides Xiao Yu, he only had Lin Zhua and Lin Qi. After so many years, the youths from back then had already grown up, but that friendship was deeply engraved in their hearts and would never be forgotten. After drinking and eating to their heart's content and catching up, Duan Lingtian brought Tianwu back to the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town and left behind some origin stones before leaving and rushing back to the imperial city through the night. On the second day, Duan Lingtian paid a visit to all the seniors in the imperial city, including the dean of Paladin Academy, who was his former teacher in Paladin Academy, Sima Changfeng. Besides that, he also paid a visit to the Duan clan and the imperial palace. After he finished his business, he went to see the junior marquis, Nie Fen, and then left the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city with Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong. At this moment, the Divine Might Marquis Estate's senior Marquis Nie Rong and Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan had yet to return. Whoosh! In the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom, an enormous sword soared through the sky, and its target was the Darkstone Empire. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the enormous sword and finally heaved a sigh of relief. He'd been extremely busy these past few days, and now he finally had the chance to rest. After resting for a while, Duan Lingtian withdrew the 5th-level wind concept fragment he'd obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure that day, and he calmed his heart to comprehend wind concept. The pressing matter at hand now was to comprehend intermediate wind concept, or in other words, void interpretation concept. Only in this way would he be able to advance a step further and officially break through to the void interpretation stage. As for the thunder concept and earth concept, although he had the corresponding concept fragments in his hands, he could not be distracted when it came to comprehending the concepts. So he could only improve his concepts one by one. When the time came when his wind concept still progressed slowly even with the assistance of a concept fragment, that would be the time he comprehended other concepts a step further. Presently, his concentration was on the wind concept. Chapter 750. We've arrived. Suddenly, a voice entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in the comprehension of wind concept, and it caused him to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. Duan Lingtian woke up, and only now did he notice that he was already within a familiar gorge. When he saw the ball of air that was like a cloud and mist within the gorge, he completely reacted. This place wasn't unfamiliar to him, and he'd come here a total of 2 times in the past. The first time was with Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong. At that time, his target was the Soul Cleanse Pool. Later on, he found an underwater abode within the pool and obtained a soul brand, allowing him to grasp a soul skill that belonged to him, 1,000 illusions. The second time he came here was for the sake of fleeing for his life. At that time, he was held hostage by the traitor of the 7-star sword sect, Zhao Ming, and the Azure Forest Trisect's guardian elder, Tang Hua, and he beat them at their own game and brought them here before trapping them within. Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, Elder Kong. All of you wait for me here, I'll come out after dealing with them. Duan Lingtian smiled to Feng Wudao's group of 3, and then he walked towards the ball of cloud and mist that was compressed together ahead. More precisely speaking, it was a completely sealed inscription formation, and the cloud and mist that was compressed together was only its appearance. When he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Duan Lingtian had notified Feng Wudao and asked Feng Wudao to bring him here. Feng Wudao wasn't unfamiliar with this place, and he arrived here with ease. When he approached the ball of cloud and mist that was compressed together, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and his acute spiritual force swept out to easily break open the ball of cloud and mist. More precisely speaking, he'd opened up the inscription formation. Whirlwind. The inscription formation hadn't been completely opened when Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that instantly entered into the inscription formation like a nimble rabbit. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian appeared outside the Soul Cleanse pool once more, and his gaze shot towards the nearby area at the first possible moment. Over there were 2 old men with stubble all over their faces. They were ecstatic as they looked at the direction he came from. Their gazes were as if they had grasped onto a life-saving straw. However, the 2 old men's expressions quickly changed. When their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of ruthlessness in them. Duan Lingtian. One of the old men shouted. His voice was filled with hatred. All these years, he had been trapped here, living a life worse than death. Usually, when he was hungry, he could only eat wild grass to satisfy his hunger. It was a world of difference from his previous extravagant life. Because of this, he had even thought of dying, but in the end, he didn't have the courage. Of course, the most important reason for him to continue living was to tear the brat who trapped him here into pieces. Originally, he thought that he would never have any hope of revenge in his life. However, today, not only had the inscription formation that trapped them been opened, but there was even a person who had entered. This person was the person he hated the most. Duan Lingtian. Today, I won't let you escape. You're dead for sure. The other old man seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly arrived behind Duan Lingtian, and he attacked Duan Lingtian with the old man before him. Elder Hua, are you so sure? Duan Lingtian turned around and glanced deeply at the red-clothed old man behind him, and a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. The red-clothed old man was precisely the former guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect, Tang Hua. After a few years, Tang Hua wasn't as carefree as before, and he looked like an old geezer that didn't have the slightest demeanor of an expert. Die! Tang Hua was furious from being looked down upon by Duan Lingtian, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed as fire concept followed him like a shadow. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a ball of flames that swept towards Duan Lingtian in a threatening manner. The ability of a 6th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist was completely revealed. Elder Hua, a few years have passed, yet you actually haven't improved in the slightest. Truly a pity. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged when facing Tang Hua, who approached menacingly, and at the same time that he ridiculed, he casually tapped out with his finger and tapped twice in the sky. Swish! Swish! In an instant, 2 piercing whistles sounded out. Solidified Yuan Power Finger Force accompanied by a wisp of green and purple-colored Dipper Chi broke through the air, causing the airflow in the air to surge and wild gales to rise in all directions. Pooh! Pooh! 2 light sounds accompanied by a wave of muffled groans sounded out. Subsequently, Zhao Ming, who stood at the other side, saw a scene that he couldn't forget in his entire lifetime. Heavens! What did I see? Tang Hua's entire strength wasn't inferior to him, and he hadn't even touched Duan Lingtian when his legs were penetrated by the 2 finger forces that Duan Lingtian casually flashed out. Bang! After his legs were penetrated, Tang Hua forcefully endured the pain and let out a muffled groan as his body trembled. Meanwhile, Tang Hua still gritted his teeth and withdrew his accompanying spirit weapon before pouncing towards Duan Lingtian like a wild beast that had opened its bloody mouth and bared its fangs. The spirit weapon tore through the sky and was accompanied by an even stronger force as it swept towards Duan Lingtian, and the origin energy that skyrocketed like flames that covered the sky seemed as if it wanted to completely swallow Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and looked at Tang Hua's final struggle with interest. In his eyes, Tang Hua was indeed making his final struggle now. Tempest Point. Along with Duan Lingtian tapping out once more, another Tempest Point swept out, and at the instant that piercing howls sounded out, the spirit weapon in Tang Hua's hand was directly blasted flying by the Tempest Point. On the other hand, Tang Hua's hand that held the spirit weapon was now shaken to the point of being dripping with blood, and the intense pain caused Tang Hua's countenance to be ghastly pale to the extreme. He barely stopped his figure before looking at Duan Lingtian in panic. No. Impossible. Impossible. It has only been a few years, how could you possibly possess such a formidable strength? Tang Hua looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was filled with terror, and his tone contained traces of trembling. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the energy of the heavens and the earth that swept out above Duan Lingtian finally formed numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and subsequently, 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared successively. 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 8th level Wind Concept. 3rd level Lightning Concept. This was the strength Duan Lingtian utilized when he attacked Tang Hua. Void. Void. 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage. When Tang Hua saw the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared above Duan Lingtian, his body trembled for no reason or rhyme, and his countenance was ghastly pale as a sheet, and he was terrified to the point he couldn't speak properly. Tang Hua, you first participated in the battle to annihilate my 7-star sword sect, and later on, you even wanted to kill me. Now, I'll send you on your way and allow you to accompany Long Wei, Shui Rui, and the others in the netherworld. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. At this moment, Tang Hua's pupils constricted abruptly when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his voice trembled slightly. You. Tang Hua didn't continue because he'd obtained the answer he wanted from Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze. Tang Hua's face was ghastly pale, and even his breathing was slightly hurried as he pointed at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky. You managed to annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect before the ancestor of our demonic Lotus Blade sect emerged into the world. Otherwise, once the ancestor emerged into the world, the one that died would surely be you. Tang Hua was a guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect before the 3 great sects merged. Ancestor. Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. The ancestor you spoke of ought to be Jia Hong, right? You know. Tang Hua frowned, and then he said with a cold voice, if the ancestor emerged in time, then even if you're already a 9th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, you'd still die for sure. But unfortunately, you were able to escape calamity. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. I saw the ancestor you spoke of, that Jia Hong, come out from the Fire Breath Rock. Needless to say, his strength is extremely strong, and I'm far from being a match for him. What? The ancestor has emerged into the world. Tang Hua's pupils constricted. But what Duan Lingtian said next instead caused the ghastly pale on his face to become even paler, and then he had an expression of astonishment and disbelief. But unfortunately, he still died. Do you think your Azure Forest Trisect has someone to rely on, and I don't? When the smile on Duan Lingtian's face entered into the eyes of Tang Hua, it was no different than the smile of a devil. So you can rest at ease and go see your ancestor in the netherworld. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his finger that had been accumulating force since long ago pointed out. Swish! The tempest point tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of fierce piercing howls, and then it directly penetrated the space between Tang Hua's brows and killed Tang Hua. Bang! Tang Hua's corpse fell to the ground, yet his eyes were opened wide, and he died with everlasting regret. When the sound of Tang Hua's corpse falling to the ground entered into the ears of the nearby Zhao Ming, it caused Zhao Ming's expression to be unable to refrain from going grim, and his countenance became completely ghastly pale. The rage he felt when facing Duan Lingtian earlier had vanished without a trace, and replacing it was terror and uneasiness. Never had he imagined that after a few years, Duan Lingtian would actually possess such a terrifying strength, a strength that even he had to look up to. It was even to the extent that Duan Lingtian had annihilated the Azure Forest Trisect. After he put away Tang Hua's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian turned around to look at the nearby old man that was dumbstruck, and his gaze instantly went cold. Zhao Ming. Duan Lingtian's voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell, and it contained frightening coldness mixed within. At the same time, he took large strides and walked step by step towards the nearby old man, Zhao Ming, who had an extremely unsightly expression. Zhao Ming was one of the two great guardian elders of the Seven-Star Sword sect in the past, and he was called Elder Ming. Later on, when the Seven-Star Sword sect suffered a great calamity, Zhao Ming acted underhandedly against the strongest person in the Seven-Star Sword sect, Elder Xian, causing the situation that was originally in a deadlock to become one-sided. The Seven-Star Sword sect was easily annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect. At that time, when he'd just found out about all this, Duan Lingtian had the impulse to tear Zhao Ming into pieces. But unfortunately, at that time, his cultivation was far inferior to Zhao Ming. Yet now, he'd come. He brought along the blood enmity of all the dead souls of the Seven-Star Sword sect and a strength that far surpassed Zhao Ming to make a domineering appearance before Zhao Ming, and it was for no other reason than to take revenge. Chapter 751. When he saw Duan Lingtian walking over step by step, every single step he took seemed to be stepping on Zhao Ming's chest, and it caused Zhao Ming's expression to become even more ghastly pale. Once upon a time, this violet-clothed young man before him was like an ant that couldn't withstand a single blow before him. However, at this moment, when he stood before Duan Lingtian, he was no different than an ant. Just like how Tang Hua was unable to wrap his head around it, he was unable to wrap his head around it as well. How could this Duan Lingtian possess such a formidable strength in a short few years of time? Exactly what fortuitous encounter did he obtain? Even if he possesses the assistance of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, it's impossible for him to advance so quickly in a short few years. This was something Zhao Ming could be sure of. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian was already standing before Zhao Ming, and he looked at Zhao Ming with a cold and indifferent expression. Zhao Ming, that day, I only thought that you turned to the Azure Forest Trisect after all the higher-ups and disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect were killed and the Seven-Star Sword sect was almost annihilated. If it was like that, even though I felt you were ungrateful, I wouldn't bear a grudge against you. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. However, never had I imagined that you would actually resolutely betray our Seven-Star Sword sect when we were in a deadlock with the Azure Forest Trisect. You first schemed against Elder Xian, then joined forces with the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect to kill the sect leader. Duan Lingtian spoke word by word. As he finished speaking, only frightening coldness remained in Duan Lingtian's eyes, and his extremely icy cold gaze stared at Zhao Ming, causing Zhao Ming to feel as if he'd fallen into an icy pit. Your actions incur the indignation of both men and gods. You're worthy of the sect that fostered you. You're worthy of your master. Duan Lingtian's voice was chilly, and every single word struck the heart. Every single word seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade that fiercely pierced into Zhao Ming's heart, causing Zhao Ming's body to tremble violently, and his expression was unsightly to the extreme. Actually, after he was overwhelmed by rage and schemed against Elder Xian that he'd been with for many years and joined forces with the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect to kill the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, he'd felt regret in his heart. Especially later on, even though he was accepted by the Azure Forest Trisect and became a guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect, and his status was even more lofty. But every night, he would often dream of Elder Xian and Linghu Jinhong coming to take his life. Not only that, he frequently dreamt of the master that brought him into the Seven-Star Sword sect and fostered him without the slightest reservation. In his dreams, his master was angered by him to the point of spitting blood and dying every single time. All of this seemed to have become his nightmare. Zhao Ming took a deep breath. He had already realized that he would not be able to survive today. His eyes flashed with an ominous light as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the reason why I betrayed the sect is all because of you. You're the one who killed my son and turned my grandson into a monster that's neither male nor female. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been blinded by anger and betrayed the sect. Zhao Ming said through gritted teeth. You're still trying to shirk your responsibility at this point? Duan Lingtian sneered, and then he said word by word. You dare say that if the Seven-Star Sword sect was about to perish, and if there was a chance to survive, you wouldn't side with the Azure Forest Trisect? Even if I, Duan Lingtian, did something, what does it have to do with the sect? What does it have to do with the others in the sect? Just come at me. Why did you harm Elder Xian? Why did you harm the sect leader? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was furious to the extreme, and his gaze was like a blade that seemed as if it wanted to slice Zhao Ming into pieces. Zhao Ming's face sank, and he didn't speak. Every single word Duan Lingtian said struck at the heart, and every single word was reasonable, causing him to be speechless. Right, I still have to tell you something. Your two grandsons that are neither male nor female were killed by Elder Peng not long ago. Duan Lingtian said to Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming's face went grim when he heard this. Even though he'd already found out about the news of the Azure Forest Trisect being annihilated from the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Tang Hua earlier. But he still felt that his grandsons ought to be able to escape calamity. But now, Duan Lingtian's words caused the last trace of hope that remained in his heart to be completely shattered. Duan Lingtian, I'll kill you. Zhao Ming's eyes were crimson red as if he'd gone mad, and he pounced desperately towards Duan Lingtian as the origin energy in his body skyrocketed, and his wind concept followed him like a shadow. Bang! But his strength wasn't much stronger than Duan Lingtian, and he couldn't withstand a single blow before the current Duan Lingtian, causing him to be directly sent flying by a casual kick from Duan Lingtian. When he saw Zhao Ming who'd fallen to the ground was about to stand up, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold. Whirlwind. Before Zhao Ming stood up, Duan Lingtian had already transformed into a gust of wind that blew to arrive before Zhao Ming in the blink of an eye. Bang! Another kick stomped down fiercely onto Zhao Ming's face, causing the back of Zhao Ming's head to fiercely smash onto the ground, and it caused him to feel dizzy. Humiliation. Undisguised humiliation. Zhao Ming was knocked unconscious to the point his consciousness was blurry, and after he recovered from his shock, he realized that his dignity had already been completely trampled beneath Duan Lingtian's feet. Instantly, he roared madly. Even if I have to die today, I'll make you pay the price. Zhao Ming pounced towards Duan Lingtian like a madman, and he seemed as if he wanted to take Duan Lingtian down with him. Right at this moment. Swish! A swift tempest point gave rise to a wave of piercing howls as it tore through the sky, and it carried along a strand of fresh blood as it pierced through one of Zhao Ming's legs. Zhao Ming, who originally wanted to stand up, felt his legs go weak, and he fell limp on the ground in an extremely sorry state. This is what you owe Elder Xian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent voice clearly entered into Zhao Ming's ears. I'll kill you. Zhao Ming gritted his teeth as he supported his body up, and the origin energy on his body raged as he soared into the sky with the intention of risking his life to fight Duan Lingtian. Swish! Another tempest point flashed out in the sky. But, the target of the tempest point this time wasn't Zhao Ming's limbs, nor was it Zhao Ming's head, it was Zhao Ming's dantian. Swish! A light sound echoed out as Zhao Ming's dantian was penetrated, and the vast origin energy accumulated within it seemed to have found a point of release as it gushed out with all its might, and in the blink of an eye, it was annihilated in the air. At this moment, Zhao Ming's dantian was like a leaking balloon, and after the air leaked out, the origin energy that coiled around his body completely vanished. This is what you owe the sect leader. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly with an incomparably cold and indifferent voice. At the same time, Zhao Ming, who'd already been brought along by his origin energy and flew up a few meters into the air, crashed down after losing the support of his origin energy, and he fiercely smashed onto the ground with a bang. Ah! Zhao Ming, who'd lost his origin energy, was no different than an ordinary old man, and he was smashed to the point of emitting shrill cries. After a while, perhaps because he was numb from the pain, Zhao Ming caught his breath and stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian with a pair of eyes that were filled with bone-piercing hatred. You actually crippled my cultivation. In Cloud Continent, the strong were respected. The foundation of a martial artist's existence was their cultivation. To a martial artist, having one's cultivation crippled was a fate worse than death. You're going to die anyway. So what if you don't have your cultivation? Elder Ming, look on the bright side. Duan Lingtian and Zhao Ming looked at each other and a smile appeared on their faces. When this smile entered into Zhao Ming's eyes, it was no different than the smile of a devil. I'll kill you. Even though his cultivation had been crippled, Zhao Ming seemed as if he'd been injected with chicken blood at this moment. His hand supported himself on the ground as he used his remaining leg to prop up his body before once again pouncing towards Duan Lingtian. When an ordinary old man pounced over, Duan Lingtian casually dodged to the side without the slightest pressure. Swish! Another tempest point whistled out to descend onto Zhao Ming's back and hit the center of his spine. Crack! His spine broke inch by inch, and Zhao Ming emitted a shrill cry before collapsing onto the ground and fainting. Duan Lingtian didn't intend to let Zhao Ming off like this. He raised his hand and origin energy flashed out to directly draw out the water from the soul cleanse pool before fiercely slapping it onto Zhao Ming's body. Zhao Ming shuddered and woke up, but because his spine was broken inch by inch, he was unable to prop up his body any longer, and he could only lie on the ground as he stared hatefully at Duan Lingtian. This is what you owe the 7-star sword sect higher-ups. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian, kill me. Zhao Ming spoke with a grim voice. At this moment, he was worse off dead, and he didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. This feeling caused him to be oppressed to the point he almost suffocated. Don't worry, you won't be able to live for long. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as numerous tempest points flashed out with a raise of his hand, and it gave rise to waves of piercing howls that tore through the sky and were exceedingly ear-piercing. Swish! 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 3 tempest points entered into Zhao Ming's 2 arms and his uninjured leg successively as if they were dried leaves. This is what you owe the 7-star sword sect disciples. This is what you owe your master. This is what you owe the sect that fostered you. Zhao Ming's shrill cries sounded out successively, and his entire body shivered as his face was devoid of blood. Every time he was about to faint, Duan Lingtian would splash water on him to wake him up and continue the next round of torture. Duan Lingtian. You kill me. Zhao Ming couldn't even speak properly now, and he spoke intermittently to Duan Lingtian, and his words were filled with pleading. I won't kill you. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming's pupils constricted when he heard this. Won't kill me. What does this Duan Lingtian want to do? A bad premonition arose in his heart. At this moment, what he regretted the most was that he didn't commit suicide before Duan Lingtian crippled his cultivation. If he committed suicide long ago, then he wouldn't have to suffer the torture from before. Now, he didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. From now onwards, you can stay here and fend for yourself. Of course, you can choose to starve to death. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhao Ming one last time, then he used his spiritual force to open the inscription formation before flying out and vanishing before Zhao Ming's eyes. No. 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 Zhao Ming twisted his neck. Now, only his head could move, and his eyes were filled with boundless hatred and ruthlessness. This hatred and ruthlessness was practically capable of charging through the clouds and the horizon. After an unknown period of time, Zhao Ming's eyes abruptly stared wide open. Chapter 752. It's settled. They just left the inscription formation and returned to the gorge when Duan Lingtian heard Feng Wudao's voice. Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, and he seemed as if he'd encountered something good, causing him to seem refreshed. Then let's depart. Feng Wudao nodded and condensed his origin energy into an enormous sword once more, and it carried the group of 4 including himself to soar into the sky before flashing out to head directly towards the Dark Han dynasty. On the way, Duan Lingtian, who'd finished dealing with all the trivial matters, had finally calmed down completely. He held the wind concept fragment in his hand as he calmed his heart and comprehended wind concept. Presently, the improvement of his origin energy and the assistance of the rebirth pill had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. What he wanted to do was to comprehend intermediate concept and smoothly break through to the void interpretation stage. The journey was calm all along the way, and Duan Lingtian's group smoothly returned to the Dark Han dynasty's capital and returned to the Feng clan. Duan Lingtian temporarily stayed in the Feng clan estate and calmed his heart to comprehend wind concept. Of course, he'd occasionally leave the Feng clan estate with Feng Tianwu and wander around the capital to purchase some materials required for weapons refinement, medicine refinement, and inscriptions. So long as there was a large-scale auction held in the capital, Duan Lingtian would go with Feng Tianwu to join in the fun, and they obtained many rare materials. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had just left an auction house when Feng Tianwu couldn't help but ask. Elder brother Duan, you seemed to be extremely happy when you bid for that strange iron earlier. Is there anything different about it? Tianwu, that piece of iron I obtained and combined with the materials I gathered earlier. So long as I become a Grade 2 weapons craftsman, I'll be able to rely on them to refine a Grade 2 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian smiled. Grade 2 spirit weapon? A second-grade weapon craftsman? Feng Tianwu was slightly shocked, but in next to no time, she recalled that Duan Lingtian was already a Grade 3 weapons craftsman now, and she couldn't help but feel relieved. No wonder elder brother Duan is so happy. It turns out that you have half a Grade 2 spirit artifact in your hands. Feng Tianwu was happy for Duan Lingtian. In another month or so, it'll be the day we depart to the northern desert to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At that time, I wonder if we must go with the others. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. Elder brother Duan, you don't want to go with them? Feng Tianwu asked. I'd like to walk around on my own. It's freer that way. Duan Lingtian smiled. Besides the various dynasties, there was only the boundlessly vast foreign lands outside the Dark Han dynasty. When they left this time, Duan Lingtian really wanted to walk and stop by himself to fully enjoy the scenery on the way and gain tempering at the same time. Only in this way would it be more interesting. If he were to follow the group, then the journey wouldn't be decided by him. Then I'll go back and tell father. At that time, we won't go with the others. Feng Tianwu said. Duan Lingtian replied, and then he said with a smile, let's return first. During these past few days, Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good. Because he'd already completely touched the threshold of 9th level wind concept, and he was confident that he would be able to completely comprehend 9th level wind concept within 3 days. Once he comprehended 9th level elementary wind concept, then he would have the opportunity to come into contact with 1st level intermediate wind concept. At that time, his origin energy would naturally transform into the origin energy that belonged to void interpretation stage martial artists. Some people are happy, some people are worried. These words weren't wrong in the slightest. While Duan Lingtian was feeling happy about his wind concept that was about to transform, the Imperial Palace wasn't calm at all. In the depths of the Imperial Palace, within the dazzling audience hall, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor sat upright at the seat of the host. His expression was slightly gloomy, and his gaze that was like a bolt of lightning descended onto a black-clothed old man. Imperial uncle, I want to hear your opinion. The black-clothed old man's brows knit together tightly as he said slowly, I'm truly unable to wrap my head around this. Not to mention Imperial brother is a cautious person and wouldn't easily make a move if he didn't have absolute confidence. Even if Feng Wudao was really able to follow by Duan Lingtian's side, he might not be able to protect Duan Lingtian. According to my knowledge, Feng Wudao hasn't broken through to the void transformation stage. Based on the current situation, something has probably happened to Grand Imperial Uncle. Otherwise, why hasn't Duan Lingtian returned 3 months ago? The emperor's tone was low and deep. There are only 2 possibilities for something to happen to Grand Imperial Uncle. Firstly, he was killed by Feng Wudao. Secondly, he was killed by another expert. But, even if Feng Wudao caught up and broke through to the void transformation stage in these past 2 years, he might not be a match for Grand Imperial Uncle. Otherwise, how could the Feng clan be beneath our imperial family? So, I feel that the possibility of Feng Wudao killing Grand Imperial Uncle is extremely small. The emperor finished speaking in a single breath, yet his brows were tightly knit together. If it wasn't Feng Wudao, then who was it? Moreover, if something really happened to Grand Imperial Uncle, then once the news of this spread out, their Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family would surely be in a precarious situation and might even be replaced. His Grand Imperial Uncle was the guardian of the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family, and he was the Dark Han Dynasty's greatest reliance to deter everyone. Perhaps, Imperial brother has encountered something, so he hasn't returned for now. Besides Feng Wudao, I can't think of a second person in the Dark Han Dynasty that's capable of threatening Imperial brother. The black-clothed old man continued. No matter what, this news must be sealed and must not be spread out. Don't worry Imperial Uncle, besides himself, only you and I know of the matter of Grand Imperial Uncle making a move against Duan Lingtian. So long as you and I don't say anything, there's absolutely no third person that knows of this matter. The Emperor spoke again. Bang! Within a spacious pavilion, within a spacious courtyard, a white-clothed young man fiercely smashed the teacup in his hand into pieces. Brother! Nearby, the beautiful young woman that was watering the flowers was shocked by the white-clothed young man. Yen, I'm sorry, brother accidentally smashed the teacup. The white-clothed young man was precisely Zishang, and he squeezed out a trace of a smile that was even more unsightly than crying to the young woman before returning to his room. Brother, the beautiful young woman, Zishang's younger sister, Ziyan, couldn't help but be slightly worried when she saw this scene, and she muttered. You're angry because of that Duan Lingtian again? When she thought up to hear, a trace of helplessness flashed within Ziyan's beautiful eyes. After he returned to his room, Zishang's expression instantly went gloomy, and he grunted. That Duan Lingtian is really lucky, he's actually still alive now. Could it be that His Majesty didn't make a move against him? He left the capital for almost 2 months and missed such a good opportunity. Now, it's even more difficult to kill him. Zishang was slightly enraged, and he didn't know what the Dark Han dynasty's emperor was doing. At that time, after being instigated by him, the emperor had obviously aroused interest in the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. But now, after almost 5 months, the Duan Lingtian was still alive and well. There's no need to be impatient. Right at this moment, a ghastly and aged voice sounded out in Zishang's mind. Even if the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family doesn't make a move against him, could it be that you're worried you won't have an opportunity in the future? You're about to leave the Dark Han dynasty and head to the boundlessly vast foreign lands. Not to mention anything else, once you arrive at the foreign lands, so long as you spread the news that the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession can provide a 10% amplification to the powers of the foreign lands, they'll similarly be interested in the Devil Seal tablet. That Duan Lingtian won't be able to jump around for long. Spread the news to the powers of the foreign lands and allow them to obtain the broken Devil Seal tablet. Even though it's comparatively difficult for you to seize it back from them in the future, it's better than leaving it in Duan Lingtian's hands. The ghastly and aged voice continued to sound out, and it caused Zishang's eyes to light up as if he was suddenly enlightened. Elder Ghost is wise. I don't believe that the powers of the foreign lands would be as cowardly as the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Duan Lingtian, wait for my great gift to you. Unknowingly, the gloominess on Zishang's face had completely dispersed, and replacing it was a dense smile. But no matter how one looked at this smile, it caused one to feel slightly cold. Feng Clan Estate, within the estate within the estate. It had already been 2 days since he returned from the auction house the last time. During these 2 days of time, Duan Lingtian didn't take a step out of his room, and it was even to the extent that he didn't eat. Whoosh! Suddenly, the spacious room was instantly enveloped by a strong wind that arose out of thin air, and the strong wind ceaselessly swept out, causing the windows to intensely tremble and emit creaking sounds. Finally, bang! The window at the side of the room was instantly pushed open by the strong wind. Subsequently, the strong wind seemed to have found an outlet and directly gushed out of the window, causing the flowers and plants in the courtyard outside the window to sway. Right at this moment, the strong wind that was powerless to continue gradually vanished. Whereas the strong wind that was interrupted was completely taken back by a person within the room. On the bed in the room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged there, and his body was suffused with strands of almost material azure-colored energy. The azure-colored energy coiled around his body, causing Duan Lingtian's entire body to seem slightly illusory. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within them. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's body lightly shook, and the azure-colored energy that coiled around his body whistled as it flashed out. Every time it flashed out, it caused the airflow in the air to lightly tremble and emit a wave of light and oppressive whistling sounds. Whoosh! At the same time, everywhere the strands of material azure-colored energy flashed in the air, it caused the energy of the heavens and the earth to shake. In the end, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth was forcefully condensed into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian. A total of 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The strength of 9 ancient horned dragons was the symbol of 9th level elementary concept. 9th level elementary wind concept. I've finally succeeded. A smile of excitement bloomed on Duan Lingtian's face. The hard work of these past few months wasn't wasted in the end. Presently, I'm only a step away from the void interpretation stage. I have the assistance of the rebirth pill in terms of origin energy, so there's no need to worry. What I lack is the comprehension of concept. Chapter 753. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian continued to rely on the wind concept fragment to comprehend wind concept, yet he noticed his progress was slow in the end, and he seemed to have encountered a bottleneck. Perhaps I should stop for a moment. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, he only stopped for a moment in the comprehension of wind concept, and he could still comprehend other concepts. Whoosh! In next to no time, Duan Lingtian withdrew the first-level advanced lightning concept fragment he obtained from Bai Nan Xiang that he'd killed with a talisman a few months ago, and he started to comprehend it. As the energy of nature that represented heavenly wrath, the might of lightning was naturally not weak. Besides ice concept, lightning faintly reigned above the other energy of nature. With the lightning concept fragment in hand, Duan Lingtian quickly immersed himself in the comprehension of lightning, and it was as if waves of ear-piercing thunderclaps resounded out by his ears. Bang! 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 Numerous thunderclaps practically shattered Duan Lingtian's eardrums. Under the assistance of the concept fragment, Duan Lingtian's lightning concept improved extremely quickly. But he would still try to pick up the wind concept fragment every once in a while as he wanted to see if his comprehension of wind concept had returned to the right track. Up until the day before he left and comprehended 4th level lightning concept, the feeling of comprehending wind concept from before finally returned. As he held the wind concept fragment, he felt as if he was enveloped by a gust of wind, and this feeling was extremely wonderful and peculiar. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as if he'd transformed into the wind. His comprehension of wind concept was still continuing. The day of departure arrived as scheduled. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to head to the imperial palace with Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu brought him a piece of good news. Elder brother Duan, my father has gone to inform the emperor. The 3 of us will head to the northern desert ourselves, but we have to rush to the ancient desert city before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins half a year from now. Ancient desert city. Duan Lingtian was stunned, and then he looked curiously at Feng Tianwu. That place is the place the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is being held? Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded. That ancient desert city seems to be a city controlled by the power of the foreign lands that held the martial competition. You said 3 people. Thinking of what Feng Tianwu said just now, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Grandpa Kong won't be coming with us this time. Feng Tianwu said. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Whoosh! At some point in time, a huge black shadow flew over and arrived above Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu in the blink of an eye. Gusts of wind blew down from the sky, causing Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's clothes to swell up. It's time to depart. Right when Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu narrowed their eyes and raised their heads, a familiar voice sounded out from behind the enormous figure in the sky. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu soared up into the sky when they heard this voice, and they descended behind the enormous figure together. Feng Wudao was already waiting there since long ago. Let's go. Along with Feng Wudao shouting out in a light voice, the enormous figure beneath their feet instantly transformed into a black bolt of lightning that flashed towards the north. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Han dynasty's imperial city vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. This is an azure-eyed eagle. As he looked at the enormous figure beneath his feet, the memories of Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind, and then he couldn't help but exclaim with shock. An azure-eyed eagle was a formidable demon beast that possessed the bloodline of a demon beast at the void interpretation stage. Ordinary azure-eyed eagles were demon beasts at the 4th, 5th, or 6th level of the void interpretation stage when they matured to the limit, whereas azure-eyed eagles that possessed extraordinary natural talent were instead able to break through the shackles of their cultivation and break through to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage when they matured to the limit. Even if it was an azure-eyed eagle with inferior natural talent, it would at least be able to break through to the 1st level of the void interpretation stage or above. Little fellow, your eyesight isn't bad, you're actually able to recognize that I'm an azure-eyed eagle. Right at this moment, an aged and hoarse voice clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Senior. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was the voice of the azure-eyed eagle, and he lightly nodded in greeting. As void interpretation stage demon beasts, they were able to speak the human tongue. Besides being unable to transform into a human, they were generally no different to humans in other aspects, like intelligence. Grandpa Qing, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Feng Tianwu smiled as she greeted the azure-eyed eagle, and her tone was rather casual. Little girl, you're becoming more and more beautiful now. The azure-eyed eagle slightly turned its head, and its sharp eyes stared fixedly at Feng Tianwu, and its voice was filled with amiability. But when the azure-eyed eagle's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, it instead became even fiercer. Little fellow, if you dare let little Wu down, I'll surely tear you into two. As the azure-eyed eagle finished speaking, its tone was filled with ruthlessness. Whereas Duan Lingtian didn't doubt the azure-eyed eagle's words. The spiritual force he stretched out had long since told him that this azure-eyed eagle just happened to be the type of azure-eyed eagle that possessed extremely high natural talent, and its cultivation had already stepped into the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. The azure-eyed eagle's words caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly embarrassed for a time. Grandpa Qing, if you continue speaking nonsense, then I'll ignore you in the future. Feng Tianwu couldn't watch on any longer, and she hurriedly helped Duan Lingtian out of his predicament as she spoke angrily. Little Wu, you haven't even married into my family, yet you've already started helping him. Looks like you'll surely be completely eaten by him in the future. The azure-eyed eagle lightly shook its head and sighed like a human. Grandpa Qing, you. The azure-eyed eagle's words caused Feng Tianwu's beautiful face to instantly turn crimson red, yet she was slightly embarrassed and angry, and then she hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, ignore Grandpa Qing. He's always liked to speak nonsense. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded, indicating he didn't take it to heart. At the same time that Feng Tianwu heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be slightly disappointed. Qing is my good friend, and we've already known each other for over 20 years. Feng Wu Dao, who'd been silent all along, spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, and at the same time, he was slightly surprised. 20 years ago, Feng Wu Dao was at most a void initiation stage martial artist, whereas, this azure-eyed eagle was most probably already a void interpretation stage demon beast. Since the two of them were still able to become friends with such a great disparity, there's surely a story behind it. The azure-eyed eagle's ruthlessness was famous, and since it was able to become friends with Feng Wu Dao ought to have helped it in some way, and this was why it was grateful. This was something that Duan Lingtian easily guessed through the records of the azure-eyed eagle in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. And during the following journey, in the chat with Feng Tianwu, this was even more verified. Swoosh! The azure-eyed eagle's speed was extremely swift, at least it was swifter than the enormous sword Feng Wu Dao condensed from his origin energy earlier. Of course, it didn't mean that the azure-eyed eagle's strength was stronger than Feng Wu Dao. Instead, when Feng Wu Dao controlled the enormous sword, he'd only utilized a very small portion of the origin energy in his body, and this caused the enormous sword's speed to decrease greatly, and it was merely equivalent to the speed of a 5th or 6th level void interpretation stage martial artist. Elder Qing, can you open up your origin energy light barrier a little more? I want to try and sense the strong winds that are swiftly stirred up outside. Duan Lingtian slowly walked to the back of the azure-eyed eagle's neck, and he spoke courteously. Feng Tianwu was stunned, and then she said anxiously, Elder brother Duan, Elder Qing is moving at full speed now, and the wind outside is extremely strong, and it's extremely difficult for you to withstand it with your current cultivation. I want to try. Duan Lingtian smiled. Qing, slow down your speed and cooperate with him, and increase your speed appropriately. Meanwhile, Feng Wu Dao spoke out. He'd obviously discerned Duan Lingtian's intentions, and he had the intention of helping Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Uncle Feng. After he noticed the azure-eyed eagle's speed had slowed down, Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up, and he thanked Feng Wu Dao. Subsequently, the azure-eyed eagle shrunk the origin energy light barrier behind its head slightly, and it opened up a large area that was sufficient for Duan Lingtian to crawl around there. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was originally standing behind the azure-eyed eagle, was completely exposed, and he was able to clearly sense the terrifying strong winds that assaulted his face. At this moment, the speed of the azure-eyed eagle ought to be comparable to a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist flying at full speed with only origin energy. Duan Lingtian didn't feel too much pressure. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged, and a wind concept fragment appeared out of thin air in his hand. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and comprehended wind concept to his heart's content through the concept fragment and the strong winds that assaulted his face. Qing, continue increasing your speed. Feng Wudao spoke to the azure-eyed eagle when he saw Duan Lingtian sitting cross-legged there without moving like a mountain, like a statue, and didn't feel any pressure. As someone who'd experienced it, Feng Wudao knew clearly in his heart that only by making Duan Lingtian feel pressured would he be able to help him better. Early on when Duan Lingtian spoke to the azure-eyed eagle, he'd guessed that Duan Lingtian wanted to rely on this to comprehend and improve his wind concept, so he went with the flow to help Duan Lingtian. The wind grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, Duan Lingtian felt his face was about to be torn apart. The strong winds that assaulted his face ceaselessly blew by his ears, and the ear-piercing howls of the wind shook his eardrums to the point of shaking, causing him to be extremely uncomfortable. But he still endured it and didn't make a sound. He moved his attention to the wind concept fragment in his hand, and he attempted to forget the uncomfortable feeling. This little fellow isn't bad. Right at this moment, the azure-eyed eagle spoke with a voice filled with praise. My current speed is comparable to the full speed flight of an ordinary fourth-level void interpretation stage martial artist, but he's still able to withstand it head-on. With his current cultivation, it's already not bad. Grandpa Qing, why don't you slow down a bit? Feng Tianwu saw Duan Lingtian's tensed-up face, and she revealed a worried expression as she spoke. The azure-eyed eagle hadn't replied when the nearby Feng Wudao had already spoken. Qing, continue increasing your speed. Increase your speed to a level comparable to a fifth-level void interpretation stage martial artist. Swoosh! As soon as Feng Wudao finished speaking, Feng Tianwu hadn't even had the time to react when the azure-eyed eagle had already sped up once more. At the same time, waves of vast energy of the heavens and the earth seemed to want to tear apart the clouds and mist in the surroundings before converging into numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the end. When these ancient horned dragon silhouettes were added together, there was an entire 70 of them. The strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 754. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and it was like a blade that flashed towards Duan Lingtian, and it left behind numerous fine marks on Duan Lingtian's cheeks. These were all small wounds that were blown out by the wind. But every time these small wounds appeared, they would be completely healed by the origin energy that flickered on Duan Lingtian's body, and it was as if they'd never appeared. Meanwhile, strands of material azure-colored energy started to rage on Duan Lingtian's body, and accompanying the origin energy seemed to have formed waves of clear and material azure-colored strong winds. These waves of azure-colored strong winds coiled around Duan Lingtian's body, and it seemed to have formed a layer of protective barrier that protected Duan Lingtian. The ferocious strong winds continued to sweep towards Duan Lingtian and blast onto the azure-colored strong winds, causing the latter to tremble. In the end, the two of them merged into one, and not a trace of it descended onto Duan Lingtian's body. At the same time, a strange scene occurred. The wind concept that was originally unable to completely merge with his origin energy had actually merged even more with his origin energy, and it was as if it was urged by the wind that assaulted his face. Speed up. Feng Wudao's gaze noticed this change at the first possible moment, and he continued. The azure-eyed eagle continued to speed up. In next to no time, its speed had risen to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. The wind grew stronger, and the azure-colored strong winds around Duan Lingtian's body showed signs of collapsing. Elder brother Duan, even though worry still hung on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face, she was able to notice Duan Lingtian's improvement now, and his wind concept seemed to be silently improving at every moment. At the beginning, the azure-colored strong winds formed from Duan Lingtian's wind concept fused with his origin energy had already shown signs of collapsing, but later on, it calmed down. At the same time, the azure-colored strong winds became purer and purer. Wind concept had practically completely fused into his origin energy, and this feeling was as if he'd transformed into real wind. This feeling was similar to Zhang Shouyang's comprehension of earth concept and Baihao's comprehension of fire concept. The 9th level elementary concept they'd comprehended was only half a step away from the 1st level intermediate concept. In other words, Duan Lingtian was currently heading in that direction, and the gap was not large. If he took a step further, the concept of wind that Duan Lingtian had comprehended would be able to completely materialize. The giant azure-eyed eagle was still increasing its speed. It didn't take long for its speed to reach its peak. Of course, this only referred to the speed it executed with its origin energy at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage, and it hadn't utilized the concept it had comprehended. Otherwise, its speed would be even faster. But even then, the current Duan Lingtian was still unafraid of the piercingly cold strong wind that assaulted his face, because the wind concept that was becoming more and more material around his body had swallowed the wind that assaulted his face. Continue. Feng Wudao spoke. Whoosh! Fiery red-colored energy swept out from the body of the giant azure-eyed eagle and fused into the origin energy in its body, and it seemed to have formed into a ball of material and scorching flames. At this moment, the giant azure-eyed eagle seemed to have transformed into a flaming bird, and everywhere it passed, expanses of burning clouds appeared. Along with the giant azure-eyed eagle accelerating, the strong wind grew stronger once more. Whereas the azure-colored strong wind around Duan Lingtian's body showed signs of collapsing, yet it didn't collapse in the end, and instead became even more perfect and flawless under the giant azure-eyed eagle's appropriate acceleration. The more perfect and flawless the azure-colored strong wind was, the closer the wind concept was to materialize. Time flew by. 1 month later, the azure-colored strong wind on Duan Lingtian's body had finally stabilized, and it gradually restrained itself in the end before completely fusing into his body. At this moment, even without the protection of the azure-colored energy, the terrifying strong wind that assaulted his face seemed to be unable to affect Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and spread open his arms, and his face was covered in a brilliant smile as he faced the strong wind that assaulted his face. Concept has finally materialized. Another step and it'll be 1st level intermediate wind concept. Even though he was only half a step away from intermediate concept now, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that this was the most difficult moment. He who possessed the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes was clearly aware of this. Elder Qing, thank you. Duan Lingtian bowed towards the head of the giant azure-eyed eagle and expressed his gratitude with incomparable sincerity. This gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. Because Duan Lingtian knew that if he didn't have the cooperation of the giant azure-eyed eagle, it would be impossible for him to allow his wind concept to completely materialize so quickly. Little fellow, besides Tianwu, you're the person with the best comprehension ability I've ever seen. But, Tianwu possesses the fire spirit body, whereas, you don't possess the wind spirit body. It's truly rare that you're able to comprehend wind concept to such an extent so quickly. The giant azure-eyed eagle wasn't stingy with its praise in the slightest. Elder Qing, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian spoke modestly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian turned around, his back facing the strong wind that whistled over as he slowly walked into the origin energy light barrier on the back of the giant azure-eyed eagle. Elder brother Duan, congratulations. Feng Tianwu congratulated Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, and then he looked at Feng Wudao and met Feng Wudao's gaze. He originally wanted to speak words of thanks, but stopped when Feng Wudao signaled him with his gaze. Everything didn't need to be said. Where are we now? Duan Lingtian looked down at the boundless ground beneath his feet that ceaselessly flashed behind him as he asked curiously. Elder brother Duan, we've already left the Dark Han dynasty for over 10 days. This place is the territory of the Darming dynasty. We'll be able to arrive at the capital of the Darming dynasty in another few days. At that time, we'll rest there for a few days. Feng Tianwu spoke to Duan Lingtian, and she was faintly slightly exhausted. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He never imagined that when he awoke from the state of comprehending wind concept, he'd already be in another dynasty. The Darming dynasty. Duan Lingtian had heard of it in the Dark Han dynasty. This was a dynasty that was situated at the northwest of the Dark Han dynasty, and it occupied a vast area that wasn't inferior to the Dark Han dynasty in the slightest. Besides that, because it was closer to the foreign lands than the Dark Han dynasty, the martial style in the Darming dynasty was even more formidable, and the genius martial artists born within it had always surpassed the Dark Han dynasty. A few days later, the speed of the azure-eyed eagle slowed down. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian looked forward, and a small black dot had appeared at the place his gaze reached. Along with the approach of the azure-eyed eagle, the small black dot grew larger and larger, and in the end, it transformed into an enormous city that was like an enormous beast that lay dormant there. When they arrived outside the city, Duan Lingtian was able to see the ancient city walls that surrounded the city. These city walls emitted an ancient feeling at all times, and it seemed as if they were telling of the ancient history they'd existed for. Qing, we'll still be here in 5 days. Feng Wudao greeted the azure-eyed eagle, then he soared up into the sky and left the back of the azure-eyed eagle. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed suit and soared up into the sky. Little Wu, little fellow. See you in 5 days. The sharp gaze of the azure-eyed eagle flashed past Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, then it transformed into a ball of flames that vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. What remained was only the flaming clouds that gradually faded away. Let's go. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 descended from the sky and walked slowly through the main entrance of the Darming dynasty's capital. After walking into the Darming dynasty's capital, Duan Lingtian was able to sense the atmosphere that was different from the Dark Han dynasty's capital. The passers-by they encountered all along the way were obviously tense, and they seemed to be on guard against something at all times. Elder brother Duan, some martial fanatics frequently appear in the Darming dynasty's capital and recklessly make a move, so it fostered the vigilance of the people of the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Seeming to have discerned the bewilderment on Duan Lingtian's face, Feng Tianwu explained. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. As expected of a dynasty that's adjacent to the foreign lands. In terms of the prevalence of the martial style, it's indeed stronger than the Dark Han dynasty. This was something that Duan Lingtian had to admit. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 moved through the streets of the Darming dynasty's capital and headed all the way towards the center of the capital. At the same time, Duan Lingtian sized up the surroundings with a rather curious expression. Swoosh! Suddenly, a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind assaulted from afar, and it grew closer and closer. Duan Lingtian's brows raised and he couldn't help but look forward, and it was a gray-clothed middle-aged man that directly attacked 2 passers-by that were walking together. Bang! Bang! 2 palms struck out, and the 2 passers-by instantly died. 3rd level of the Void Interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at the 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the gray-clothed middle-aged man, as he never imagined that a void interpretation stage martial artist would launch a surprise attack on others on the road. He didn't even use concept to kill those 2 people, and the gap between their strength and him was obvious. In next to no time, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Because he saw the gray-clothed middle-aged man's gaze had locked onto their group of three, or more precisely speaking, it had locked onto Feng Tianwu. What a beautiful woman. You're mine. The gray-clothed middle-aged man soared into the sky and flashed over, and his eyes were filled with lust as if Feng Tianwu was already his. Presently, he'd pounced over with a target that was Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao. Obviously, as far as he was concerned, so long as he killed Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao, he would be able to possess Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian didn't move because it wasn't necessary. Early on when the gray-clothed middle-aged man spoke disrespectfully of Feng Tianwu, he'd noticed that Feng Wudao's gaze had gone completely cold. He knew that this Uncle Feng of his was angry. Whoosh! When facing Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao, the gray-clothed middle-aged man utilized his concept. His water concept fused with his origin energy and completely materialized, causing his entire body to seem as if it had transformed into a wave that fiercely slapped over. 9-layer waves. The gray-clothed middle-aged man shouted out explosively, and his hands shook as he slapped out with his palms. Instantly, the wave that slapped over was wave after wave, and each wave was stronger than the previous. An entire 9-layer waves ceaselessly collided together, and the wave at the front grew faster and faster as its strength grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived before Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao. Die! Chapter 755. F***K off. When facing the gray-clothed middle-aged man that approached menacingly, Feng Wudao stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly as he spat out a single word in a neither fast nor slow manner. At the same time, with a raise of his hand, a terrifying force that caused the air to tremble instantly swept out, and it seemed as if it was assisted by the gods as it fearlessly moved to intercept the gray-clothed middle-aged man. Subsequently, bang! An enormous bang sounded out, yet it was an enormous force that instantly annihilated the gray-clothed middle-aged man's attack that swept over, and it was like an attack of 9 layers of wolves that was instantly annihilated by distance and was completely annihilated. The two of them weren't on the same level at all. It wasn't just that, the gray-clothed middle-aged man had arrived swiftly and left swiftly as well, and he was blasted flying by a casual raise of Feng Wudao's hand, and he was like an arrow that left the bowstring as he flew out for over 10 meters before crashing to the ground. After the gray-clothed middle-aged man fell to the ground, blood flowed from his 7 apertures, and his body trembled for no reason before completely losing all signs of life. He couldn't be any more dead. Whoosh! In the sky above Feng Wudao, the energy of the heavens and the earth that had just surged up instantly vanished without a trace. It could be seen from this that Feng Wudao was so swift that even the energy of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to react. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the gray-clothed middle-aged man's corpse. Early on when the middle-aged man made a move against them, he knew that the middle-aged man would die without a doubt. Especially when the middle-aged man actually dared to blaspheme Tian Wu, it had undoubtedly sped up the speed of his death. Let's go. Under Feng Wudao's lead, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed closely behind and moved forward all the way. Everywhere they passed, the passers-by moved aside. All these people had seen the scene that occurred earlier. A third-level void interpretation stage martial artist was actually killed in an instant. These 3 people weren't people they could offend. Tian Wu, you and Uncle Feng have come to the capital of the Darming dynasty in the past? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Feng Tianwu curiously when he noticed Feng Wudao walked forward with ease and brought them into an inn in the end. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded. I've come here twice with my father, and this is the 3rd time. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Very quickly, Feng Wudao got 3 rooms, 1 room for each of them. After Duan Lingtian informed Feng Wudao and his daughter, he returned to his room and washed up. After washing off the dust on his body, he opened the window of his room. Outside the window was the inner courtyard of the inn. The sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers calmed one's heart. At the same time, the setting sun entered Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually became a little dazed. Unknowingly, it has already been more than 10 years since I came to this world. Now that I think about it, it really is like a lifetime ago. Duan Lingtian sighed. In his previous life, he could be said to be an emotionless killing machine. But in this life, he had too many things to worry about. In addition to those concerns, he was also filled with curiosity about this world. While he was filled with curiosity, he also wanted to possess an unparalleled power, to look down on the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and to be the only one who reigns supreme. Only at that time would he be able to truly protect everyone by his side. If it was in the past, his goal was to become Emperor Wu, to become the strongest person in Cloud Continent. But now, he had a new goal. Even if he became Emperor Wu, he still wanted to explore the unfathomable, overseas world. He wanted to know exactly what was beyond the boundless sea. After all, even the #1 expert of Cloud Continent, Samsara Emperor Wu, didn't dare go deep into those places to explore. Since Samsara Emperor Wu didn't dare do it, then he would do it. In this way, he wouldn't have come to this world in vain. The important matter at hand is to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Only by displaying my value would those powers of the foreign lands pay attention to me and even allow me to join them. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with bright lights. Besides finding the great treasure left behind by Samsara Emperor Wu, what I have to do next is to find Ke and Little Fei. After being separated for so many years, Duan Lingtian's yearning for his 2 fiancées grew deeper and deeper. When he returned the last time, he'd already found out about the location of his 2 fiancées from the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang. No matter if it was Ke or Little Fei, they were both in a formidable sect in the foreign lands now. That sect possessed strength and influence that was difficult to imagine. So long as that sect was willing, then even if it was as formidable as the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, it would be completely annihilated in an instant. The setting sun had finally vanished and the veil of night started to descend. That night, Duan Lingtian didn't comprehend any concept, and he instead lay on the bed and slept comfortably. This sleep lasted until noon on the second day before he woke up. Comfortable. After he woke up, Duan Lingtian stretched his body and felt refreshed. I haven't slept so well in a long time. After he finished familiarizing himself with his surroundings and changed his clothes, Duan Lingtian pushed open the door and walked out. He'd only just walked out when he saw Feng Tianwu walking towards him. Elder brother Duan, I was just about to go call you. It's time to eat. Feng Tianwu said to Duan Lingtian. Within Feng Wudao's room, a table full of dishes was placed on the table, and they were still emitting steam. Obviously, they were just served not long ago. Duan Lingtian's appetite couldn't help but be aroused when he saw the table full of delicacies. Even though he was already capable of abstaining from food to a certain extent with his current cultivation, and he wouldn't feel anything even if he didn't eat for an extremely long period of time. But when facing these delicacies, he was still unable to control himself. Looks like you slept well. Feng Wudao greeted Duan Lingtian. Sit down and eat first. We won't be staying in the capital of the Darming dynasty for long. After we finish eating, I'll ask Tian Wu to bring you to the Ice Flame Pavilion to have a look and properly experience the atmosphere of the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty. Ice Flame Pavilion? Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed. Even though it was the first time he'd heard of the Ice Flame Pavilion, but since this Ice Flame Pavilion was able to be called the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty, then it presumably had its own uniqueness. After all, even if it was in the Darkhan dynasty, he'd never heard of the #1 restaurant in the Darkhan dynasty because no restaurant dared call themselves that. The number one wasn't something that anyone could call themselves, and if one didn't possess a certain ability, then one would only bring disgrace upon oneself. After they finished eating, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked out of the inn. They'd just left the inn when Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask curiously. Tianwu, on what basis does the Ice Flame Pavilion dare call itself the number one restaurant in the Darming dynasty? Elder brother Duan, the title of the number one restaurant in the Darming dynasty isn't something that the Ice Flame Pavilion claims to have. It's instead publicly acknowledged by everyone in the Darming dynasty. Feng Tianwu smiled. Publicly acknowledged? Duan Lingtian frowned and was still unable to wrap his head around it. Could it be that there's something special about the Ice Flame Pavilion that caused the other restaurants to feel ashamed of their inferiority? This was something that was extremely difficult for Duan Lingtian to imagine. If it was a martial artist with shocking strength, then it wouldn't be strange to be called the number one restaurant. But wasn't this restaurant just a place to eat and drink? On what basis was it publicly acknowledged as the number one restaurant in the entire dynasty? Elder brother Duan, after you go to the Ice Flame Pavilion, you'll know why it's publicly acknowledged as the number one restaurant in the Darming dynasty. Feng Tianwu said with a smile, when I arrived at the capital of the Darming dynasty with my father for the first time, we were once surprised by this as well. After we went there once, we came to an understanding and felt that the Ice Flame Pavilion was worthy of the title of the number one restaurant in the Darkhan dynasty. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. This Tianwu is actually keeping me guessing at the critical moment. But he was more and more curious about the Ice Flame Pavilion now. Elder brother Duan, over here. Under the lead of Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian moved through the numerous spacious roads in the capital of the Darming dynasty, and he seemed to have transformed into a fish that had returned to the water as he swam forward freely. All along the way, Duan Lingtian saw many battles, and people couldn't avoid being killed in these battles. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had once again clearly experienced the ferocious and prevalent style of martial arts in the Darming dynasty, and it was indeed something that the Darkhan dynasty couldn't compare to. Of course, there were patrolling city guards to maintain order in the capital of the Darming dynasty, but their numbers were limited after all, and they were utterly unable to manage the numerous battles that occurred all over the capital at the same time. Every time they heard the news and came over, the people that fought would either flee or go elsewhere to find someone to fight. Half an hour later, Feng Tianwu's figure stopped. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stopped as well. At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his head to look over, and he saw the restaurant that stood before him with a single glance. More precisely speaking, this was a restaurant that was in the shape of a tower. This restaurant occupied a vast area, and even though it became smaller the higher one went, but even the tallest floor was probably capable of easily accommodating over 100 people. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw a conspicuous golden signboard on the top of this tower-shaped restaurant, and 3 overbearing large words were written in flamboyant calligraphy on it. Ice Flame Pavilion. When he saw these 3 large words, Duan Lingtian knew that he'd arrived at his destination. There's a restaurant like this? After he returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian's gaze couldn't help but flash. Even if it's the imperial palace in the capital of the Darming dynasty, there's probably no palace that's taller than this. A 9-story restaurant, this is too exaggerated. 9-story buildings could be found everywhere on the earth of his previous life, and they weren't rare. After arriving at this world that was similar to the ancient world of his previous life, Duan Lingtian instead hadn't seen a tall building with more than 5 stories, and this Ice Flame Pavilion before him was the tallest building he'd seen since arriving in this world. Tianwu, I admit now that in terms of floor and height, this restaurant can indeed be called the number one restaurant in the Darming dynasty. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Tianwu, but the ranking of a restaurant seems to not be based on the height of the floor, right? Elder brother Duan, I think you've misunderstood. Feng Tianwu shook her head and smiled. The reason this Ice Flame Pavilion is called the number one restaurant in the Darming dynasty isn't because it's a 9-story building. Chapter 756. On both sides of the entrance to the first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion stood a middle-aged man with a solemn expression, and they were like two guardian gods that guarded the entrance. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side as they walked in together. When they just approached the entrance, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown because he'd noticed a trace of an extremely unusual aura. When his spiritual force stretched out, he noticed the inscription formation that was set up at the entrance at the first possible moment. This type of inscription formation was only an extremely ordinary inscription formation, and the origin energy within the body of a martial artist that passed through it would resonate with the inscription formation. The inscription formation would emit a clear sound from a martial artist that obtained the acknowledgement of the inscription formation, and it represented welcome. Whereas if a martial artist didn't obtain the acknowledgement of the inscription formation would emit a low and unpleasant sound to represent resistance. All in all, this was an inscription formation that was capable of judging a martial artist's cultivation. This is a restaurant, why is there an inscription formation here? Duan Lingtian was puzzled after racking his brains, and he slowly walked towards the first floor with Feng Tianwu. At the same time, when they passed by the entrance, two exceedingly clear sounds suddenly sounded out. Obviously, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had obtained the acknowledgement of the inscription formation that was set up at the entrance. As soon as they entered, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a surprised expression. "Elder brother Duan, aren't you curious about those two sounds from before? Those two sounds only sounded out when we passed by the entrance. Why would I be curious? Isn't it only a simple inscription formation?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Feng Tianwu was first stunned when she heard this, and then her beautiful face went slightly red. "I forgot, elder brother Duan, you yourself are a formidable inscription master. However, although I'm not curious about that inscription formation, I'm extremely curious as to why such an inscription formation would be set up in a mere restaurant. Could it be that those martial artists whose cultivations are unable to obtain the acknowledgement of the inscription formation are unable to enter?" Duan Lingtian was puzzled. As far as he was concerned, this Ice Flame Pavilion was a restaurant no matter what. Could it be that martial artists whose cultivations were insufficient to obtain the acknowledgement of the inscription formation didn't have the qualifications to enter? Earlier, Duan Lingtian had used his spiritual force to detect the details of the inscription formation at the entrance to the first floor, and he knew that only a martial artist at the first level of the Void Initiation stage or above was capable of obtaining the acknowledgement of the inscription formation. In other words, only martial artists at the Void Initiation stage and above would emit a clear sound when they entered. If a martial artist below the Ascension stage entered the door, a low and unpleasant sound would be heard. Elder brother Duan, you really guessed correctly. This Ice Flame Pavilion does indeed have this restriction. If one wants to enter this place to drink wine, then one must at least be a first-level Void Initiation stage martial artist. Feng Tianwu spoke as she turned around to look at the entrance. You ought to have seen those two people standing outside. If it was a martial artist with a cultivation below the Void Initiation stage, then the martial artist would be directly driven out by them. These two people are first-level Void Initiation stage martial artists themselves. Feng Tianwu's words caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. This works as well. What restaurant is this? It's opened the door, yet it still has to select customers. Elder brother Duan, do you think that the Ice Flame Pavilion's refusal of most of the customers outside the door is truly an unwise action? Feng Tianwu seemed to be able to see through Duan Lingtian's thoughts, and she lightly smiled as she asked. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he did indeed think so. As far as he was concerned, no matter what, this Ice Flame Pavilion was only a restaurant. Since it had opened the door to do business, then it couldn't refuse customers outside the door, right? In this way, he didn't know how much profit it would lose. Elder brother Duan, this Ice Flame Pavilion is the business with the greatest profits under the #1 clan of the Darming dynasty, the Zhao clan. Feng Tianwu spoke of the Ice Flame Pavilion's origins. The number one clan of the Darming dynasty. Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked in his heart when he heard this. He naturally knew what the words number one clan of the Darming dynasty represented. It represented that the Zhao clan possessed an extremely lofty status in the Darming dynasty, and it was practically equal to the status of the Feng clan in the Darkhan dynasty. It was even to the extent that because the trend of martial cultivation was prevalent in the Darming dynasty, it was extremely likely that a martial artist that was even stronger than Feng Wudao existed in the Zhao clan. Now, when he found out of the Ice Flame Pavilion's origins and heard that the Ice Flame Pavilion was the business with the greatest profits under the Zhao clan, Duan Lingtian was shocked once more in his heart. Could it be that there's something hidden? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu said with a smile, "Elder brother Duan, do you know that practically all the wine in the Ice Flame Pavilion is sold at a sky-high price? Even if it's the wine in the first floor, martial artists below the Void Initiation stage are rarely able to afford it. Of course, even though the Ice Flame Pavilion has a restriction on the cultivation of its guests, if a martial artist below the Void Initiation stage follows a martial artist above the Void Initiation stage then it completely complies with the rules of the Ice Flame Pavilion and won't be expelled." Feng Tianwu finished speaking in a single breath. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he couldn't help but think in his heart. Sky-high price? Could it be that the wine in the Ice Flame Pavilion can be priced with origin stones? Elder brother Duan, let's go exchange for some mid-grade origin stones over there first. Right at this moment, Feng Tianwu's voice sounded out and interrupted Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Mid-grade origin stones? After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Subsequently, he followed Feng Tianwu to arrive before a counter in the outer area of the first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Exchange for 100 mid-grade origin stones. Feng Tianwu straightforwardly withdrew 10,000 low-grade origin stones from her spatial ring as she spoke to the staff behind the counter. Right when Duan Lingtian was curious if this worker was able to produce so many mid-grade origin stones, the worker didn't say anything and directly withdrew 100 low-grade origin stones. "Customer, these are the origin stones you wanted." At the same time, the worker put away the 10,000 low-grade origin stones, and his entire movement was smooth like flowing water, as if he'd rehearsed it countless times. "Tian Wu, you," Duan Lingtian was slightly astounded. "Elder brother Duan, I forgot to ask my father for origin stones before I came. Can you lend me 30,000 low-grade origin stones?" Feng Tianwu said to Duan Lingtian. You still want to exchange?" Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless, but he still directly withdrew 30,000 low-grade origin stones and placed them on the counter. Meanwhile, slight astonishment appeared in the eyes of the worker behind the counter, and his attitude towards Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu underwent a tremendous change. Two people that were able to produce 40,000 low-grade origin stones in one go, and it was even two young people, so the nobility of their identities was obvious. "Customer, these are 300 mid-grade origin stones, please check and accept them." The worker bowed slightly to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu raised her hand and put away the 300 mid-grade origin stones, and then she smiled at Duan Lingtian. "Elder brother Duan, let's go." Duan Lingtian nodded slightly woodenly, and his mind had suddenly drifted away. At the beginning, he was surprised because he was able to exchange for mid-grade origin stones in the capital of the Darming dynasty, but with a quick thought, he came to an understanding. The Darming dynasty was adjacent to the foreign lands, so even if the Darming dynasty didn't possess a mid-grade origin stone vein, there would surely be many mid-grade origin stones that flowed in from the foreign lands. When he thought about it like this, all of this wasn't strange. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was similarly filled with curiosity towards the reason Tian Wu exchanged for mid-grade origin stones. He was curious if Tian Wu exchanged for mid-grade origin stones for the sake of cultivating or for the sake of drinking wine. Even though there are many wines in some places in the foreign lands that are worth a few mid-grade origin stones, and there are even some wines that are worth a few mid-grade origin stones or even a few high-grade origin stones. But that's the foreign lands after all, and those wines are comparatively special. They can either be used as spirit fruits to improve the cultivation of the drinker or allow the drinker to deepen the comprehension of concept. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew in detail about some special wines in the foreign lands. But, there were wines that required mid-grade origin stones to be purchased in the mere Darming dynasty. This was something that Duan Lingtian didn't dare believe. Perhaps, it's only some comparatively special wines that were taken by the Zhao clan as rare wines to earn origin stones, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, and for a time, he felt that the Zhao clan was truly a black-hearted merchant clan. Too black-hearted. After they left the counter where mid-grade origin stones were exchanged, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side into the lobby, and this could be considered to have truly entered the first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. The first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion was the most spacious floor amongst the 9 floors, and it was capable of accommodating a few hundreds of people without seeming to be crowded. When Duan Lingtian had just entered, he saw that more than half of the tables were filled with people. There were many old and middle-aged people, and there were also a small number of young people. Even if the martial atmosphere prevailed in the Darming dynasty, there were obviously not many martial artists in the capital that were capable of breaking through to the void initiation stage at a young age. Presently, these people were silently tasting their wine, and the people at the same table looked at each other yet didn't make a sound. Obviously, they were communicating via voice transmission. Thus, even though there were almost 200 people in the entire first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, it seemed to be extremely quiet. Only the sound of wine cups clinking and falling on the table could be heard occasionally. Tian Wu, could it be that there's a rule of not speaking in the Ice Flame Pavilion? It was still the first time that Duan Lingtian had seen a restaurant that was so quiet with so many people, and he couldn't help but be surprised as he sent a voice transmission to Feng Tianwu. No. Feng Tianwu shook her head and said, "There's no rule of not speaking in the Ice Flame Pavilion. But, many people more or less don't want a third person to know what they're saying when they come here, so they mostly communicate via voice transmission." Duan Lingtian smiled with sudden understanding. So that's how it is. I thought that besides forbidding martial artists below the void initiation stage from entering, this Ice Flame Pavilion doesn't allow people to speak as well. How could this be possible? Feng Tianwu couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 757. Numerous gazes swept towards Duan Lingtian and Feng Wuwu, and their gazes were faintly filled with surprise. Obviously, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's ages had shocked them. As far as they were concerned, since this pair of young man and young woman were able to come here, it indicated that at least one of them was a void initiation stage martial artist. No matter who that void initiation stage martial artist was, it was enough to shock everyone. Because the violet-clothed young man that was comparatively older amongst the two of them looked to be around the age of 25. Even if it was in the Darming dynasty, a void initiation stage martial artist at this age could be considered to be extremely rare. I wonder which power this young man is from, he's actually so outstanding. Many people were surprised in their hearts. Elder brother Duan, let's go directly to the 7th floor. The wine there is the true signature wine of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Feng Tianwu lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian, then called out to Duan Lingtian before striding towards the nearby staircase that led to the 2nd floor, and she walked up with large strides. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind her. For a time, all the customers on the 1st floor were petrified. The 2nd floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion was different from the 1st floor. So long as it was a martial artist that had stepped into the void initiation stage, then even a first-level void initiation stage martial artist could enter the 1st floor. On the other hand, Only second-level void initiation stage martial artists were able to enter the second floor. Of course, if there was a second-level void initiation stage martial artist amongst one's companions, one could ascend the second floor to drink wine. The higher the floor of the ice flame pavilion was, the stronger the wine was. Supposedly, the wine above the seventh floor was even able to compare to spirit fruits to a certain extent, and it was capable of tempering and improving one's origin energy. I didn't hear wrongly earlier, right? That red-clothed young woman with a peerless appearance seems to have said she wants to enter the seventh floor. An old man in the first floor of the ice flame pavilion recovered from his shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice with slight disbelief. The ice flame pavilion was divided into a total of 9 floors. Every level required a different level of cultivation. Just like the 7th floor, only a martial artist at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above had the qualifications to enter it. You didn't hear wrongly. I heard it as well. I heard it too. Immediately, many people agreed. Can the two of them really ascend to the 7th level? Someone couldn't help but wonder. It ought to be impossible. If they're really able to ascend to the 7th floor, then their natural talent is even stronger than young Master Wei Yi. Another person shook his head and said, yeah, even if it's young Master Wei Yi, he only broke through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage at the age of 30. Amongst the younger generation of our Darming dynasty, only the Crown Prince can compare to young Master Wei Yi in terms of natural talent and comprehension ability. Perhaps even Feng Tianwu didn't know that a single sentence from her had caused the entire first floor of the ice flame pavilion to become completely bustling. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had first ascended to the 2nd floor before ascending to the 3rd floor. These two inscription formations are different. The restriction of the inscription formation on the 2nd floor is the 2nd level of the void initiation stage, whereas, the restriction of the inscription formation on the 3rd floor is the 3rd level of the void initiation stage. When Duan Lingtian walked into the lobby of the 3rd floor, he thought in his heart as he recalled the two inscription formations he'd passed earlier. At this moment, he obtained an answer. If one wanted to ascend to the 2nd floor of the ice flame pavilion, then one must be a 2nd-level void initiation stage martial artist. If one wanted to ascend to the 3rd floor, then one must be a 3rd-level void initiation stage martial artist. In this way, the later floors are deduced like this as well. Whereas if one wants to ascend to the 7th floor of the ice flame pavilion that Tian Wu spoke of, then one must be a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian was extremely easy to guess this. Whoosh! At the same time, the crowd of customers on the 3rd floor revealed astonished expressions when they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Presently, there weren't many young men that sat alone at a table in the 3rd floor. Most of the young men sat with some old men and middle-aged men, and they were obviously brought up by these old men and middle-aged men. Otherwise, with their cultivations, they would utterly not have the qualifications to ascend here. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu ascending to the 3rd floor of the ice flame pavilion without any seniors by their sides, the entire 3rd floor was seething with excitement. My God! How old are they? This natural talent is simply heaven-defying. Even if it's compared to young Master Wei Yi or even the Crown Prince, it seems to not be inferior, right? This red-clothed young woman is even younger and looks to be a little over 20. If she's a 3rd-level void initiation stage martial artist, then her natural talent is simply even stronger than young Master Wei Yi and the Crown Prince. The entire 3rd floor of the ice flame pavilion was bustling, and the crowd of customers weren't the slightest bit stingy with their words of praise towards Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Right when they thought that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were about to sit down on the 3rd floor, a scene that caused them to be moved appeared once more. They saw that the violet-clothed young man and red-clothed young woman actually continued to ascend the stairway that led to the 4th floor. The 4th floor. They actually want to head to the 4th floor. Along with an astonished voice sounding out, the entire 3rd floor fell into deathly silence. The strongest amongst the customers that sat on the third floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion was only at the third level of the Void initiation stage. Now when they saw two young men that weren't over 30 heading towards the fourth floor, they felt that they'd simply lived their entire lives in vain. After ascending the fourth floor and passing by the two middle-aged men that stood on guard at the entrance of the stairway, Duan Lingtian once again sensed the existence of an inscription formation. Right at this moment, two clear voices sounded out, and they welcomed Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. The two middle-aged men that stood on guard at the entrance of the stairway couldn't help but glance at each other, and they saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Obviously, they were shocked by the accomplishments Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were able to obtain at such an age. Two fourth-level Void initiation stage martial artists were originally insufficient to move them. But if the titles of being a little over 20 and around 25 were added, it was sufficient to cause them to be extremely shocked. On the other hand, the customers on the fourth floor couldn't help but be shocked, and they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Especially when they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu continue walking towards the fifth floor, most of them were petrified and were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. There was an inscription formation on the fifth floor as well. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu entered it and encountered a similar treatment as before. Under numerous shocked and indescribable gazes, the two of them once again headed towards the sixth floor, causing the group of restaurants on the fifth floor to be dumbstruck. Slap! 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 For a time, the sound of cups being smashed resounded out successively. In next to no time, waves of wails and howls that were filled with regret sounded out. The wine on the Ice Flame Pavilion's fifth floor wasn't cheap, and wasting it like this caused them to be unable to refrain from feeling their hearts ache. Sixth floor, entrance of the stairway. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu coming up, the two middle-aged men that stood on guard there were slightly stunned, yet they didn't say anything. Being able to walk up here indicated that one of the two young men before them surely possessed a strength at the fifth level of the Void initiation stage or above. As for whether they possessed a sixth-level Void initiation stage martial artist, it would have to be verified by the inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked past the entrance of the stairway and two clear voices suddenly sounded out, the two middle-aged men were completely stunned. They knew what this meant. It meant that this young man and young woman were both existences at the sixth level of the Void initiation stage or above. Along with the arrival of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, a wave of clamorous noise arose on the sixth floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion as expected. Freak! Freak! Similar exclamations of shock rose and fell. These people that exclaimed in shock stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Heavens! This violet-clothed young man is a sixth-level Void initiation stage martial artist. His natural talent had obviously surpassed young Master Wei Yi, and His Highness the Crown Prince. Who exactly was he? I've actually never heard of him in the past. Is there such a figure in our Darming dynasty? Which power is actually capable of fostering such an outstanding young genius? If he was born a few years earlier, then even if it was young Master Wei Yi and the Crown Prince, they would probably be fiercely left behind by him. At this moment, the gazes of the people on the sixth floor had completely locked onto Duan Lingtian. They unanimously firmly believed that Duan Lingtian was a sixth-level Void initiation stage martial artist. As for Feng Tianwu, they didn't dare think about it because Feng Tianwu was truly too young. So they thought that Feng Tianwu was only able to ascend the sixth floor because she followed Duan Lingtian. If they knew that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were martial artists at the sixth level of the Void initiation stage or above, it was unknown what sort of expression they would have. Young Master Wei Yi? The Crown Prince? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. All along the way, he'd heard people mention these two people on more than one occasion, and their words were filled with admiration towards these two people. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu disregarded the waves of shocked exclamations that sounded out from behind them as they ascended the stairs that led to the 7th floor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask curiously. Tian Wu, that young Master Wei Yi and the Crown Prince they speak of. Do you know who they are? Feng Tianwu nodded, and then she said, that young Master Wei Yi is the #1 expert in the Zhao clan's younger generation, Zhao Wei Yi. As for the Crown Prince, it's the current Crown Prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, Lu Yong. Zhao Wei Yi and Lu Yong are widely known as the strongest experts in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty. Their strengths even surpass our Dark Han dynasty's Zhang Shou Yong, Yi Shao, and Bai He. The reason Feng Tianwu used Zhang Shou Yong, Yi Shao, and Bai He as a comparison was because the three of them were the most famous young geniuses in the Dark Han dynasty before the dynasty martial competition. Chapter 758. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had arrived at the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. The two middle-aged men that guarded the stairway to the 7th floor couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions when they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Obviously, they'd never imagined that there would actually be two young people that would ascend to the 7th floor. If these two young people had seniors by their sides, they wouldn't feel it was strange. But the problem was that they utterly didn't have any seniors by their sides. In other words, there was at least one of them that was a 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist, and now that they'd come here, they obviously wanted to ascend to the 7th floor. 7th level of the void initiation stage. The two middle-aged men glanced at each other, and they saw astonishment and disbelief in each other's eyes. Right when they were surprised, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had already passed through the stairway. Just as Duan Lingtian had guessed, the restriction of the inscription formation here was the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Two clear voices sounded out, causing the two middle-aged men to seem as if they were jolted awake from a dream. In the next moment, the astonishment on their faces deepened once more, and their gazes that were already filled with disbelief flashed back and forth between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and they were covered in astonishment. Never had they imagined that the truth was even more terrifying than they'd imagined. It wasn't only one of these two young people that might be a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist, but both of them were 7th-level void initiation stage martial artists. One looks to be around the age of 25. The other is even more exaggerated, he looks to be a little over 20. When did such a monster appear in our Darming dynasty? One of the middle-aged men couldn't help but communicate with his companion via voice transmission. If they're members of our Darming dynasty, do you think they would be unknown figures? The other middle-aged man seemed to have guessed something. You mean they're from another dynasty? Don't forget that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is starting in a few months, and there are 3 dynasties that have to pass through our Darming dynasty on their way to the northern desert. Regardless of how the two middle-aged men communicated in private, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had already walked into the lobby of the Icefire Pavilion's 7th floor. Even though the lobby on the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion wasn't as spacious as the 6th floor below, it couldn't be considered to be narrow. Currently, there were a few customers sitting in the hall of the 7th floor. They were quietly tasting the wine in their cups and seemed to not care about their surroundings at all. The appearance of the Duan Lingtian duo did not attract too much attention. Elder brother Duan, come. Under the guidance of Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian sat down at a table not far away. Speaking of which, the table here was very different from the tables of ordinary restaurants. First of all, the bottom of the table was tightly sealed, as if it was hiding something. Secondly, in the middle of the table, there were actually 10 small holes surrounding each other, which looked very unique. After sitting down, Feng Tianwu smiled and said, Elder brother Duan, let's have a drink here first. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he raised his head and looked around for a moment before frowning and shouting. Hey! Waiter! Where's waiter? Waiter? Duan Lingtian's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the atmosphere in the entire 7th floor to slightly freeze. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't soft, and it entered into the ears of the 2 middle-aged men that guarded at the entrance to the 7th floor. He hasn't come to our ice flame pavilion? One of the middle-aged men couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. I think so. The other middle-aged man spoke stiffly. After Duan Lingtian shouted in the lobby, he noticed that the gazes of all the customers on the 7th floor couldn't help but descend onto him one by one. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he noticed the slightly strange gazes of these people. Is there something on my face? It's the first time I've seen someone shout, waiter, in the 7th floor. A nearby old man spoke with a smile. It's probably the first time they've come to the Ice Flame Pavilion. But, since they were able to come here, I presume a senior brought them here. But could it be that their seniors didn't tell them that the Ice Flame Pavilion doesn't have a waiter? Another person laughed. Their seniors are really something, they actually left them here and didn't care about them. It's probably their seniors that sent them here and left. Numerous voices entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel his face burn. No waiter. How do we drink without a waiter? Elder brother Duan. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu spoke out, and her beautiful face flushed red from anxiousness. Never had she imagined that Duan Lingtian would shout, waiter, in the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Earlier, she didn't even have the time to remind Duan Lingtian. Tianwu, there's no waiter here. How do we drink? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask with a light voice. Feng Tianwu didn't answer Duan Lingtian and directly withdrew 10 mid-grade origin stones from her spatial ring instead, and with a raise of her hand, she slapped these 10 mid-grade origin stones into the 10 small holes at the center of the table. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian noticed a strand of familiar aura arrive. An inscription formation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Emperor Wu and finally realized what was going on. In the memories of Emperor Wu, some restaurants in the foreign lands didn't have a waiter, and if one wanted to drink, then one had to insert origin stones into the small holes on the table to activate the inscription formation inscribed on the table. After the inscription formation was activated, the wine would be automatically delivered from the center of the table. It was similar to some vending machines on Earth in his previous life, and if one placed money into the vending machines, then the vending machines would automatically deliver the drinks one wanted. Of course, the Earth of his previous life relied on science, whereas, this world relied on inscription formations. All methods returned to one, and the purpose was almost the same. No wonder they would say that. It's really embarrassing. After knowing what was going on, Duan Lingtian was embarrassed to the point of being unable to show his face, and he wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. Whoosh! At this moment, a faint layer of light appeared in the center of the 10 mid-grade origin stones at the center of the table. Half of it was blue, and the other half was red. Elder brother Duan, I'll give you a jug of blazer wine first. As Feng Tianwu spoke, she raised her hand and pressed down on the red half of the light barrier. Instantly, the light barrier vanished, and the 10 low-grade origin stones were swallowed by the table. Subsequently, a light sound came from the center of the table. A wine tray with a jug of wine and a wine cup on it slowly rose and appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Blazer wine. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he started to search the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and he quickly found out what kind of wine it was. When one drank the blazer wine, it was as if one swallowed a ball of flames. His entire body, including his flesh, blood, bones, and meridians, would feel as if it was being burned by blazing flames at that moment. That feeling was extremely strong, extremely satisfying. Elder brother Duan, this blazer wine contains extremely dense origin energy of heaven and earth, and it has the same effect as spirit fruits, yet it's inferior to spirit fruits. Of course, the greatest effect of the blazer wine is to temper origin energy and make it purer. Feng Tianwu didn't know that Duan Lingtian already knew about the blazer wine, and she introduced it to Duan Lingtian as she pushed the wine tray in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, she placed another 10 mid-grade origin stones and bought a jug of blazer wine. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, this blazer wine must be tasted carefully. If it's directly poured into the stomach, it will cause heavy injuries to the body. However, in his second lifetime, Samsara Emperor Wu discovered a method to prevent the heavy injuries caused by directly pouring down the blazer wine. Moreover, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the blazer wine is only strong enough if it's poured down in one gulp. It's satisfying enough. Duan Lingtian grabbed the wine jug and poured himself a cup full of blazer wine. The blazer wine seemed to be crimson red, and it was actually still boiling in the cup, as if it was ceaselessly roiling lava. The dense and restrained wine fragrance entered Duan Lingtian's nose at the first moment. Good wine. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't be considered to be a person that liked wine, he was still able to determine the extraordinariness of the blazer wine from its smell. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu poured herself a cup of blazer wine as well, then she picked up the wine cup and said with a light smile, "Elder brother Duan, try it." As she spoke, Feng Tianwu held the wine cup close to her lips and lightly took a sip. And it was this sip that caused Feng Tianwu's face to become slightly rosy, as if it was dyed with blood. Not only that, Feng Tianwu's neck that was white like jade had become slightly rosy at this moment. Duan Lingtian nodded, then he raised the wine cup and placed it by his mouth. Although he was able to understand the blazer wine from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, it was only limited to understanding. As for the feeling of drinking the blazer wine, he would only know after truly drinking it. Taking a deep breath and inhaling the fragrance of the blazer wine into his nose, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and poured all the wine in the cup into his mouth. He drank it all in one gulp. Gulp! Duan Lingtian's throat trembled, and he directly swallowed the cup of wine into his stomach. At this moment, he felt as if he'd swallowed a ball of flames. Not only did his throat feel as if it was on fire, even his internal organs were burning. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's face turned red, but his heart was as clear as a mirror. It's really a Samsara Emperor Wu's memories. This blazer wine, if I swallow it in one gulp, it's indeed very satisfying. If he hadn't used the method developed by Samsara Emperor Wu to quietly protect his internal organs and meridians with origin energy, just that cup of blazer wine from before would have been enough to cause his internal organs to suffer quite a bit of damage. Who? As he felt the strength of the blazer wine sweep through his meridians, flesh, blood, and bones, Duan Lingtian's body trembled for no reason, and then he fiercely exhaled a mouthful of wine. This is definitely the strongest wine I've ever drunk in my life. Feng Tianwu, who was sitting opposite Duan Lingtian, was completely dumbfounded when she saw Duan Lingtian swallow the blazer wine in one gulp. Elder brother Duan, are you alright? Chapter 759. On the other hand, when they saw Duan Lingtian gulp down a cup of blazer wine and speak such casual words, the gazes of many customers on the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion became slightly strange. This fellow is actually comparing the blazer wine with other wines? Moreover, he even dares to gulp it down. After all, with the strength of the blazer wine and its unique burning property, even an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist wouldn't dare gulp it down directly. What an ignorant fellow. He actually dares to gulp down a cup of blazer wine, he's simply courting death. At a table nearby Duan Lingtian, an azure-clothed middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh with ridicule when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions, and he couldn't help but mock. According to my estimations, his internal organs have surely suffered a heavy injury, yet he's forcefully enduring it before a woman and doesn't dare reveal it. He's truly an idiot that values face more than his life. A blue-clothed middle-aged man that sat with the azure-clothed middle-aged man couldn't refrain from continuing. The gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian was filled with disdain, and his face even had an expression that said, "Kid, stop pretending, I've seen through you since long ago." "Elder brother Duan, you're really injured." When she heard the sarcastic ridicule of the two middle-aged men, Feng Tianwu didn't have the time to be enraged, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression as she said anxiously, "Elder brother Duan, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If only I'd told you how to drink the blazer wine since the beginning. It's all my fault." Duan Lingtian's slightly cold and indifferent gaze flashed past the two middle-aged men, and it transformed into gentleness when it moved on to Feng Tianwu. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Tian Wu, if I'm not wrong, there's another type of wine that can be ordered here. That wine is called glaze wine, right?" Duan Lingtian recalled the other half of the blue-colored light barrier that appeared after the inscription formation was activated earlier. Hearing that Duan Lingtian was fine, Feng Tianwu heaved a sigh of relief. Now that she heard Duan Lingtian's words, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Elder brother Duan, how did you know? Could it be that you've come to this ice fire pavilion before?" As soon as she asked this question, Feng Tianwu knew that her question was unnecessary. Based on Duan Lingtian's appearance before he arrived, it showed that he'd utterly never come to this ice flame pavilion. "Give me a pot of frost wine," Duan Lingtian said to Feng Tianwu with a smile. Feng Tianwu nodded, then withdrew another 10 mid-grade origin stones and slapped them into the 10 small holes. Along with the 10 origin stones flickering with a white light, the inscription formation was activated once more. The half-red, half-blue light barrier appeared once again. This time, Feng Tianwu pressed her hand onto half of the blue light barrier. Instantly, another wine tray that held a pot of wine and a wine cup rose up from the center of the table, and then it was pushed by Feng Tianwu to Duan Lingtian. "Elder brother Duan, this frost wine and blazer wine are two extremes. Its strength isn't inferior to the blazer wine, so you must not drink it like you did earlier," Feng Tianwu hurriedly reminded. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't reply. He naturally knew that the strength of the frost wine wasn't inferior to the blazer wine. The frost wine was similar to the blazer wine, and it contained a medicinal effect similar to spirit fruits, yet inferior to spirit fruits. If it was said that drinking the blazer wine was like swallowing a ball of scorching flames, then drinking the frost wine was undoubtedly like swallowing a mouthful of bone-piercing cold water. Moreover, it was the type of extremely cold water that was different from ordinary ice water. Duan Lingtian grabbed the wine pot and poured another cup of frost wine for himself. The frost wine was crystal clear, yet the cold air emitted from it was sufficient to cause one to feel terror from the bottom of their hearts. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian finished the frost wine in one gulp once more, and he finished it completely. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's crimson-red face was instantly covered in a layer of frost. Duan Lingtian's face instantly tensed up. At this moment, he felt a strand of cold air surge into his body, and it was icy cold to the bone, as if it wanted to freeze his entire body into an ice sculpture. His internal organs, blood, flesh, and meridians were practically on the verge of being frozen into ice. Duan Lingtian didn't dare be negligent, and hurriedly used the special method in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu to use his origin energy to protect his internal organs, blood, flesh, and meridians. However, even so, when the frost wine and the blazer wine in his stomach converged together, it seemed to have produced some sort of reaction, and it surged for a while. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt as if his stomach was being twisted by a knife, and his body couldn't help but tremble as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Only when his origin energy surged in and used the method in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu to envelop the frost wine and the blazer wine did Duan Lingtian feel the pain in his stomach ease up. Although the moment just now was satisfying, in the end, it was as if he was playing with his life. I was careless. If I used the method in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu from the beginning, and then drank the wine, there would definitely be no problem. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and thought to himself. Elder brother Duan, are you alright? Seeing Feng Tianwu once again swallow the frost wine in one gulp, Feng Tianwu was dumbstruck, and she only reacted after a long time and asked anxiously. She couldn't figure it out. She'd already specially reminded elder brother Duan, but why didn't he listen to her advice? Wasn't this taking his own body as a joke? I'm fine. Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke. However, his red and white complexion that hadn't eased up to the extreme unsightly expression caused others to find it difficult to believe that he was fine. I can be considered to have gained knowledge today. I truly never imagined that there's actually such an idiot in this world. For the sake of showing off in front of a woman, he actually didn't hesitate to injure himself. The azure-clothed middle-aged man that mocked Duan Lingtian earlier mocked once more. Kid, be careful that you don't get the woman, and lose your life first. At that time, even if you want to die under a peony, I'm afraid you won't be able to be a romantic ghost. Ha ha ha. As the other blue-clothed middle-aged man finished mocking, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Elder brother Duan, are you really alright? Feng Tianwu asked once more. Duan Lingtian's extremely unsightly expression caused her to be unable to refrain from feeling flustered and perturbed. I'm really fine. Duan Lingtian withdrew his cold and indifferent gaze that he looked at the two middle-aged men, then smiled as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. At this time, his complexion slowly returned to normal. Kid, it's already come to this, yet you're still pretending? Let me tell you, perhaps the woman by your side isn't able to see through that little trick of yours, but I've seen through it since long ago. The azure-clothed middle-aged man seemed to want to waste time with Duan Lingtian, and he mocked a step further. Idiot, if I were you, I'd find a place where there's no one and spit out the congested blood. Otherwise, if this drags on for a period of time, even if you consume a grade 4 great recovery pill, it's useless. The blue-clothed middle-aged man echoed in ridicule. Feng Tianwu was the closest to Duan Lingtian, and when she saw Duan Lingtian's expression recover, she knew that Duan Lingtian was fine as he'd said, and she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. When she heard the two middle-aged men ridiculing Duan Lingtian once more, flames of rage instantly suffused her beautiful face, and she instantly stood up before glaring angrily at the two of them. You too. But Feng Tianwu hadn't finished speaking when Duan Lingtian interrupted her. Tianwu, sit down and drink properly. They're only two clowns, there's no need to get so angry for them. Duan Lingtian's words caused the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion to go silent for now. Subsequently, it was as if a fuse had been lit, and it caused the two middle-aged men to completely erupt. Kid, say that again if you have the balls. Who are you calling clowns? Kid, I think you're tired of living and don't want to live anymore. The two middle-aged men were completely enraged, and their clothes fluttered without any wind, as if they were prepared to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson at any moment. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the two of them instead as he slowly stood up, and with a raise of his hand, he picked up the wine jug that contained the glaze wine before directly opening the lid of the jug. Under the curious gazes of everyone including Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian opened the other jug that contained the blazer wine. Under numerous dumbstruck gazes, Duan Lingtian directly poured the glaze wine from the jug in his hand into the jug that contained the blazer wine. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, a strange reaction occurred between the two types of wine that were mixed together, and they completely started boiling. They didn't merge together, and they each occupied half of the wine and didn't give way to each other. A scorching aura and an icy cold aura arose, and it caused everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Since the establishment of the Ice Flame Pavilion until now, it wasn't that no one had drunk wine like this, and most of the people that drank like this had ended up with a heavy injury as the price. Even a void interpretation stage expert didn't dare rashly try drinking like this. Elder brother Duan, when she saw Duan Lingtian pick up the jug that contained the two types of strong wine, Feng Tianwu didn't discern what Duan Lingtian wanted to do at the beginning. When she reacted to it, it was already too late. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian pointed the mouth of the jug towards his mouth. Subsequently, he directly swallowed the two types of wine that were mixed together into his stomach. The blazer wine that was scorching like flames and the glaze wine that was icy cold to the extreme played out the intersection of ice and fire within Duan Lingtian's body. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian was prepared since the beginning and utilized the method that Emperor Wu had researched beforehand to protect his internal organs, flesh, and meridians with his origin energy, he still felt his meridians shake. Subsequently, his internal organs started to throb as well. All of this caused Duan Lingtian's face to flush red once more. After that, Duan Lingtian's face underwent a change, and it seemed as if it was covered in a layer of ice, causing it to be pale without a doubt. Red and white ceaselessly changed on Duan Lingtian's face. Gulp. Gulp. For a time, only the sound of Duan Lingtian swallowing large mouthfuls of the blazer wine and glaze wine remained in the exceedingly silent seventh floor. At this moment, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body that protected his internal organs and meridians was resisting the baptism of the two boundless forces. Chapter 760. As expected of a wine that contains a medicinal effect similar to a spirit fruit, it caused my origin energy to become even purer. But unfortunately, my origin energy has already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. Otherwise, I would be able to obtain a certain improvement. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was slightly enjoying himself instead. Because he possessed the method of Emperor Wu of Samsara to protect his internal organs with his origin energy, it allowed him to happily swallow the blazer wine and glaze wine. Even if the two types of wine were mixed together and formed a mixture of ice and fire, he similarly wasn't affected too much. Gulp. Gulp. Duan Lingtian continued to gulp down the wine in the wine jug in his hand, and if it was someone that didn't know, they would think that he wasn't drinking wine but drinking water instead. The pupils of everyone in the 7th floor including Feng Tianwu constricted when they saw Duan Lingtian's face that flickered between red and white gradually returning to normal. Hiss. 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 Some of them even couldn't help but gasp. On the other hand, the two middle-aged men that were mocking Duan Lingtian earlier were completely dumbstruck at this moment, and their expressions were extraordinarily colorful. Finally, Duan Lingtian finished the jug of wine in his hand that was filled to the brim. Satisfying. A bright light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he burped and spat out a mouthful of dense wine. Instantly, Feng Tianwu who sat opposite Duan Lingtian felt a wave of scorching and icy cold wine qi blow towards her face, and it slapped onto her beautiful face like two extreme winds blowing past. Elder brother Duan, Feng Tianwu was stunned. Never had she imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so ferocious to directly swallow the blazer wine and glaze wine that was mixed together. Moreover, it was a full jug. It wasn't only Feng Tianwu, all the other customers in the 7th floor were dumbstruck now, and all of them looked at Duan Lingtian with dumbstruck expressions. What kind of monster was this guy? That was the blazing wine and the glaze wine. They weren't ordinary, strong wines. As for the two middle-aged men who had previously mocked Duan Lingtian, their eyes flashed. After looking at each other, they turned their heads away, not daring to look at Duan Lingtian again. Not to mention mocking him. Even though they knew their strength was not weak, let alone drinking a mixture of the blazer wine and glaze wine like Duan Lingtian, even if they were to choose one of them to drink, they would still be heavily injured. Seeing Duan Lingtian's current expression of enjoyment, they were speechless, but at the same time, they also realized a problem. Since the other party dared to do this, it undoubtedly meant that he was stronger than them. The two of them looked at each other again and reached a consensus. Subsequently, the two of them silently stood up and glanced at Duan Lingtian with a slightly perturbed expression. When they noticed that Duan Lingtian seemed to not have noticed them, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief before walking out of the hall. At this moment, they didn't even want the jug of wine that was worth 10 mid-grade origin stones that remained on the table. Presently, they only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, as no one knew if the violet-clothed young man they'd mocked numerous times would come get even with them. Their movements were extremely light and slow, as they were deeply afraid of alarming the others. Bang! A light bang sounded out, shocking them to the point their faces went ghastly pale, and at the same time that they glanced at each other, their heartbeats sped up abruptly and were unable to calm down for a long time. It was the sound of Duan Lingtian casually placing the jug of wine in his hand back on the table. The two of them were like children that had stolen candy, and they glanced at Duan Lingtian once more. After they confirmed that Duan Lingtian's back was facing them, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief before continuing to walk out of the hall with light footsteps. When they were about to walk out of the hall, their faces revealed pleasant surprise as if they'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. "Stop right there." But the sudden voice clearly entered into their ears, yet it caused them to seem as if they were struck by lightning, and they stood on the spot as if their acupoints had been pressed. The two of them realized that they'd been noticed. For a time, their hearts were filled with a perturbed feeling. "Aren't the two of you not bidding your farewells a bit too much?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he had eyes on the back of his head, and he said slowly, "If the two of you give me face, then please sit back down. Otherwise, I can only personally make a move to ask the two of you to sit back down." A threat. An undisguised threat. At the same time, the other people on the 7th floor noticed that the two middle-aged men that mocked and ridiculed Duan Lingtian actually wanted to sneak off. The gazes of most people were filled with pleasure from their misfortune. "Who asked you to show off earlier? Now you know you've bitten off more than you can chew, right?" Duan Lingtian's words caused the bodies of the two middle-aged men to tremble slightly, and then they looked at each other and laughed bitterly, yet they didn't dare leave and obediently returned to their seats. "The two of you seem to have spoken to your heart's content earlier." Duan Lingtian looked at the two middle-aged men as his eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed within them, yet it just happened to be noticed by the two middle-aged men, causing their expressions to go grim. "Shouldn't the two of you give me an explanation?" Even though Duan Lingtian spoke slowly, yet it carried an indisputable tone, and it seemed to have transformed into two enormous hammers that fiercely smashed onto the chests of the two middle-aged men. The expressions of the two middle-aged men went grim, and they were anxious to the point of breathing rapidly, causing their chests to rise and fall, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. "Brother, the azure-clothed middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and was just about to speak when he was interrupted coldly by Duan Lingtian. "Brother? Who's your brother?" The young middle-aged man was slightly embarrassed. Even though he was angry in his heart, yet he didn't dare reveal it. "Sir." The other blue-clothed middle-aged man took a deep breath and said to Duan Lingtian, "We were only reminding you out of goodwill earlier. The blazer wine and glaze wine shouldn't be drunk as you do, but should be savored in small mouthfuls so as to have a boundless aftertaste." Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. This caused the two middle-aged men to be even more perturbed, as they didn't know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Even though Duan Lingtian hadn't made a move until now, but since he dared drink the blazer wine and glaze wine like that and was fine, it undoubtedly indicated that his strength was extremely formidable. At the very least, it wasn't something they could go against. If Duan Lingtian wanted to kill them, then they would really be unable to resist. Right when the two of them felt extremely perturbed, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu instead. Tianwu, give me 20 mid-grade origin stones. Feng Tianwu didn't say anything when she heard this and passed 20 mid-grade origin stones to Duan Lingtian. Since it's like this, then please teach me how to drink the blazer wine and glaze wine correctly. After he obtained the 20 mid-grade origin stones, Duan Lingtian walked towards the table of the two middle-aged men as he spoke slowly. The expressions of the two middle-aged men instantly went pale when they heard this. Sir, we overestimated our ability and had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Sir, drinking the blazer wine and glaze wine like that was right. It's our mistake, it's our mistake. The blue-clothed middle-aged man never imagined that the violet-clothed young man before him would reply to him like this, and he explained in panic. Really? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already stood before the table of the two middle-aged men, and with a raise of his hand, he slapped 10 mid-grade origin stones into the 10 small holes on their table. In next to no time, a jug of blazer wine appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Yes, yes. How could the two middle-aged men dare deny it, and they hurriedly replied. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian took down the jug that contained the blazer wine, and then he raised his hand once more to slap the remaining 10 mid-grade origin stones into the 10 small holes. In next to no time, another jug of glaze wine appeared. The scene before them caused the two middle-aged men to be stunned. Their nerves were strained, and their minds were in a state of mush, and they were unable to react to what Duan Lingtian wanted to do for a time. On the other hand, the others including Feng Tianwu had instead guessed something, and they glanced at the two middle-aged men with gazes of pity. Are the two of you sure my method of drinking wine is correct? You wouldn't be deceiving me for the sake of making me happy, right? Duan Lingtian held a jug filled with wine in his hand as he narrowed his eyes to look at the two middle-aged men before him, and he asked once more as if he wanted to confirm it once more. No, no. The two of them spoke hurriedly, and they were anxious to the point of crying. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded with satisfaction, and then he placed the jug filled with blazer wine before the azure-clothed middle-aged man and placed the jug filled with glaze wine before the blue-clothed middle-aged man. Since both of you think my method of drinking wine is correct, then please do as I did earlier and drink these 2 jugs of wine in one go. How about it? Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face, yet when this smile entered into the eyes of the 2 middle-aged men, it was no different than the smile of a devil. The expressions of the 2 middle-aged men went grim when they recovered from their shock, and their pupils constricted as their bodies trembled intensely from fear. Now, they really wished for nothing more than to slap themselves. Drink like this violet-clothed young man? Wouldn't that be asking for their lives? What? Could it be that both of you feel that only a single type of wine is too monotonous? If it's like this, then I'll help both of you add more. Tian Wu, give me another 20. Duan Lingtian spoke as he looked at Feng Tianwu. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was hurriedly interrupted by the 2 middle-aged men. We'll drink. We'll drink right now. What a joke. Even if it was only a single type of wine, drinking it in one go was sufficient to take half their lives. If they were allowed to combine these 2 types of wine, then the impact of the combination of ice and fire would most likely take their lives. So they didn't dare hesitate and made their choice. Both of them stretched out their hands and each held a jug of wine before opening the jug's lid. But after they opened the jug's lid, their faces flickered between a livid and ashen expression, and the hand they held the jug with started to tremble. They didn't have the courage to drink the wine within after a long time. What? Both of you still want to drink the wine with added ingredients? When he saw the two of them hesitating, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the killing intent on his body shot into the sky and swept out to envelop the two of them, causing them to feel as if they'd fallen into an icy pit. Because of the slaughter in his previous life, Duan Lingtian had nurtured a terrifying killing intent. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.